T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So every single morning I try to come up with a topic for you guys to talk about for the day. And today, early this morning, I came up with something that I saw I've never seen before. This is a brand new indicator that I have not seen. So I'm not talking about this indicator with authority. I'm just telling you what it is that what I've found and what I think is kind of interesting about it. We can kind of talk about it together and see what you guys think, and take your key takeaways that you want from this. MMRI, what exactly is that? And that is called the Mannarino Market Risk Indicator, is what the MMR stands for. It was developed by a derivatives and options trader Gregory Mannarino to gauge the risk in the United States stock markets. The formula to calculate MMRI is a pretty relatively simple formula. It's the US dollar index, which we look at every single day. I show you guys the US dollar DXY, multiplied by the 10-year US Treasury bond yield, and then divided by 1.61. Now, I did a little bit of research into this morning, which is part of the reason why I'm starting a little bit late this morning, but I did a little bit of research, and I was trying to figure out why specifically are they dividing it by 1.61, and the only thing I can really come up with is it's the golden ratio. That's the only thing I can possibly think of that is the reason why that might be the case. So I'm not sure exactly why. This is like, I looked in a little bit into this indicator, and from what I can tell, it's fairly new. It's not something that's been around for a long time, and so there should be a lot of I guess maybe not a whole lot of emphasis that should be applied to this just yet. Usually, tried and true indicators are kind of things that last for 20 plus years or more, where they're deemed as being really tested and confirmed as being good indicators. So take this with a very mild grain of salt today. I didn't have really anything else to talk about. So let's see here. So this is a snippet from Gregory Mannarino's page. It says here, I've come up with an easy way to measure market risk. The MMRI indicator is that way. Here's how the equation works. If you take the 10-year yield and multiply it by the DXY, then divide by 1.61, which is derived from another equation, which it doesn't state what that is, you get X, and I think that's the golden ratio. The higher X is, the more we need to pay attention to what is going on and adjust our exposure to the stock market in terms of risk. As examples, right now X is roughly in the 80s. This is an old snippet, so it's not in the 80s currently. This is a low number and represents a low risk for stocks. At the 1987 stock market crash, this number was 488, and at the '08 meltdown, it was nearly 200. The dot-com bubble crash, this number was 360 as a general rule. The higher the X is in the calculation, the more risk adverse we need to be. The MMRI indicator is based on a scale from 50 to 400. And so what I did is I applied this they actually, believe it or not, several trading platforms actually have MMRI that can be used to look at as an indicator. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put up on my screen here, and I've got two different major recessions in the past marked down on my page here. Do I have a? I guess I do have a third. I have actually all three. I have the. This is the Dow Jones Industrial, by the way, that we're looking at here. I actually have the market. We don't have data that goes back to 19, which is kind of interesting. I don't know how he could. Did he make that claim? Hold on a second here. Let me go back and see if he made that claim. 1987. Yeah, he didn't have. Okay, he didn't make that claim. Okay, good. I was gonna say he better not have made a claim that he had data from back way back when. But this indicator has obviously seen some pretty rough times. It's at the bottom of the page down here, and you can see here that this is one of the more higher times that value's been super high, and this was during the 85 time frame, and the numbers were outrageous during that period of time. But during the market.com bubble, I kind of put two different bars in here. One that kind of labels like where the risk factor was for this indicator for the .com bubble, and then I put another hard line down in here for the 2008. Do note. Hold on a second here. I gotta put my coffee cup down for a second. Let's zoom in on this just a tad bit here because I want to kind of note something real quick. One of the things that I've seen from historical past is that the 10-year Treasury yield and the when it's inverted, it typically will start to become unverted. it will go back to a non-inverted from the 2-year just prior to some kind of market crash. And so if you see right here, that would mean that the 10-year would need to come down, right? So if you look at the height of where the market was, you can see that with the bottom is at the end of each one of these time periods. So the top is on the left-hand side, the bottom is on the right-hand side, top, bottom. Okay. So do note that this starts coming down, this value, before the market ever reaches a bottom. And so I'm just identifying this as that oftentimes, if you look at this period right here, the dot-com bubble where it first started blowing up, you can see that it actually had a little bit of a dip in the risk factor in the beginning portion of where price movement was at the time. So as I move forward, again, same kind of thing over here. You can see that it actually reached a top right here and was actually coming down. The risk factor was coming down prior to the market even heading that direction. So kind of interesting to see how risk is off prior to the actual failure in the market. So then I come over here to where we're at currently, and you can see risk was coming off. This would have been actually the beginning, October of 22 would have been, I guess, really kind of. Let's see where we're at here in price. Let me get rid of some of these bar patterns. So we really had the most amount of risk at the bottom of our move that started downwards in the beginning of 2022. So, and then you can see it was risking off, and risk started coming down. This first red line right here is the 2008 level height that we reached. So we achieved breaking that level once, and we're now breaking that level a second time. Now notice we haven't seen risk off yet, right? Price has already started to come down, but risk is still managing to increase and not decrease. So there's some very, very interesting things that are happening. I think that the government has taken extreme measures to try and keep this market from absolutely just crashing. The quote-unquote soft landing. You can tell that they're working very, very, very hard here to try and keep this market from just absolutely just tanking. And I think things like the BTFP, the bank term funding program, is definitely one of the factors that is helping to prevent that from happening. So what we really need to see, like if I were to guesstimate, at what point do I think that we stand to see the most risk from the market crashing in price, would be seeing a either one of two things. What's going to lower this number? Because we know that MMRI is based off of two different numbers, one of them being the US dollar, which is increasing right now, and the other one being the 10-year Treasury yield, bond yield. So one of those two has to decrease at some point. And when we start to see perhaps maybe the 10-year Treasury yields dropping, then that's a point in time where we might see this number starting to peel back down. And that's when we're going to systemically see some of the most risk, I think, that we're going to see in this market. So, but I just want to kind of point out here that the risk is definitely high in contrast to what we've seen from the past. And I think, it really doesn't take a genius to know or see that there's a lot of risk right now, but I'm pointing it out. I'm pointing out to you in a different kind of way. And so hopefully that is a fresh little piece of information that you hadn't heard yet. You can take it, use it however you choose. Just remember that any kind of new indicators like this should always be taken with a grain of salt, as they're not always tried and tested. But you can certainly use them to look at them and say, like, okay, well, what does this look like compared to the past, and what happens, and kind of analyze it a little bit and try and figure out like what kind of patterns you see from. Oh, interestingly enough, look at the move that we had in the market for COVID. We were actually trading the risk factor, by the way. If the value is, I forgot to give you guys the ranges. 50 to 100 is low risk, 100 to 200 is moderate risk, 200 to 300 is high risk, and greater than 300 is extreme risk. We were this value for MMRI just prior to COVID had reached a peak in about October of 2018, which is quite a bit before COVID, was around 195. So not a whole lot of risk. Then COVID hit. Right when COVID was hitting, it was the MMRI was sitting at about 97, so not a whole lot of risk. It's actually very low risk, and didn't start breaking into the higher risk range, which would be the 200s, until probably just around April of 22, which is right about the time when we started seeing price fall the most. Was right around that time frame. So if you were to look at this and compare to the past, are we building up to something? Have we seen it do anything like this from the past? Perhaps maybe something like this right here. Could definitely be I wonder, can I do a bars chart on this? Hold on a second. Let me try something real quick here. Well, let me do that. I don't think it let me do it. I don't know where it went. Oh, it probably... No? I thought it would be interesting if I could take and copy this and kind of paste it over this and kind of make it, see if it fits or matches. Pretty close. This run right here, upwards, leading into the .com bubble. if we were to take a look at the dot-com bubble, which is something that I've mentioned to you guys before, where I feel like we're moving in a much closer fashion to the dot-com bubble than anything else than we have ever seen before, which is like this, and in a direct comparison to where we're at right now. In which case, if you were to look at the point where we may be in here, we could be very close to something like this portion of the dot-com bubble, which is probably one of the more severe downwards trends, but certainly not the bottom, where many people will probably guesstimate that it is. They'll guesstimate that it is the bottom when we see this. And if you look at the trend line here, it definitely makes a trend. So if I were to draw, for example, just as an example, if I were to draw, come on, hold on a second here. Get off. Something along those lines right there, as a comparison, where could we expect perhaps maybe this trend to take us? Our current trend. So I'm drawing two different trend lines. One to show the recession, the dot-com bubble, and then where could we potentially see this falling down to? And we would be looking at, on the Dow Jones Industrials, we could be looking at like a fall that could potentially take us to 21.6 thereabouts, when we're sitting about 34 right now. So maybe losing about a third of the value in the total market. And then seeing it climb back up and still not being done with a bottom yet. It's still not have found a bottom. So we could be on a very similar pattern or trend as what we've seen from the past there. But yeah. Hopefully that gives you guys some food for thought. Numbers? Anybody up for some numbers? But you forgot the crime line. Wait, all right, I'll go through and read what it is you guys are writing here real quick first. Hold on. Dog Mom says, how low do you think the market bottom will be? Any guesses? I think that many people are going to get confused and think that we're at a bottom this next push down, and we're not going to be. The market never just, I shouldn't say never. Typically, the market doesn't just move straight down and then straight back up again, right? It always has like ebbs and flows, and loves to trick people into investing their money earlier than they should. So I fully suspect that there's going to be multiple bottoms, and is probably going to take years to play out, and it's going to suck along the way. Because oftentimes recessions can take up to a decade to complete complete the cycle. And so what are we? You could say that our recession this period started in early 2022. So how many years? If we're talking a decade, we'd be looking at 2032 before we would see any kind of improvement back to where we originally were at prior to a recession. So, yeah. As far as a bottom goes, I'm kind of estimating. It depends on what you want to look at for a bottom. But if I were to look at SPX, I think I was just kind of showing this. I think it was just yesterday on SPX. On SPX, I think I wrote in a line here somewhere. Maybe, yeah. 2300, right? We're at the SPX is currently at 4,337. So looking at losing almost half the value. Not quite. Of the market, which seems pretty excessive. I know. But I think that is possible. I've asked other people what they think could potentially be a bottom, and how they got to their numbers. And surprisingly, some of the people that I've asked, who I respect quite heavily, have come up with some very similar numbers that I have, and how they got there was completely different methods. So, which I think is really, really interesting, that we have kind of come up with the same kind of viewpoints with different methods. Tech We Love says, are you going to see dumb money this week? I can't make any promises. I want to, but I don't know. I'm going to try. I'm going to try. Let's see here. Marinara, Brian says. Yes, Jeff, we are very high risk per the equation currently. That the number that's showing up on the page when I look at it right now is sitting at 296.03, and it wouldn't take very much to move it up above 300, which would be extreme risk. Uh, 1796 Patriot says Greg has a YouTube channel and the indicator is linked to it. He does 2 short lives a day, one before or near market open and around market close, if anyone is interested. Interesting. I did not know that. Casey, look at the M1 money supply from 1930 to 2023. Skyrocketing. Well, I can't pull it up right this second, but I'll take a look at it later. All right, numbers, because we got 10 minutes before we get into Pokestick volume time. So I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I got to clean my glasses. I can't believe I just went through all that and didn't even clean my glasses. Let's see here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those thoughts, personal questions, or comments, concerns until after you see the big tramp. 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to set that up in case something happens to your primary. It could be something as simple as you just wanting to change phones and getting a brand new phone out there, because I guess there is a new iPhone coming out or something like that. And, maybe you just want to switch phones and then you get screwed or something because you switched phones. Always good to have a backup way of getting into your account. Hope you guys had a wonderful night last night. I think the glasses are clean. Let's see. Oh, they are cleaner than normal. That is so beautiful. I love it. All right. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting the top left-hand side, this is not meant as any kind of financial advice. Yesterday, our closing price was $8.14. Oops. Anybody who had a low of 664 for a price prediction would have gotten it absolutely dead nuts on. There was one person who was really, really, really darn close. We have Apex, who had 651. He didn't have it close enough to get an additional bonus point, but he was damn close. Apex was really darn close to this one. So points around for everybody. One last round of applause to me for winning last week. It's always weird giving myself props. So 1 point for everybody for yesterday's price predictions. Nobody got it wrong. Short exempt volume from yesterday. Our volume was back up a little bit from the last 2 trading days that we've had. And as a result, we ended up seeing 314.8 thousand shares. Wait, 314.8? 314.8, yeah. 314.8. Seeing these numbers higher is good. Yesterday we had a increase of 6.82%. That is one of 3 days in a row of being above 5%. Utilization is slightly down. I already managed to take a sneak peek at it here this morning when I was before I started up the live stream. Very, very slightly down day over day to 55.3% from 56.7. And let's see here. What's next? Max Payne. Max Payne? Hold on. Yeah, Max Payne. Which is all jacked up on the screen here. It's like this. It's the $8 number that's like just below me to the left, to the right of me. And man, it's I gotta fix that field, don't I? I'm gonna imagine that it's still $8. I don't think it would have changed any. I can't imagine it being any higher. I think it'll stick right at $8. Let's see. $8 it is. And before I leave this page here, oh, I guess it's fixed itself there a little bit. It says Max Payne now. Let's take a look at off exchange numbers. By the end of a day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Yesterday we saw by the end of the day we saw about 56.27% going through off exchange, EDGX at 11.13, the combined total 67.4%, or about 3.4% higher than it should have been. And CHX volume was 4,791 shares. Not a whole lot of shares going through CHX, which is good. I want to see that staying low for as long as possible. There are going to be shares needing to be delivered here soon. They are stacking quite heavily. GME's CHX volume is sitting at 626 shares from yesterday. Institutional ownership. Let's check out what Fintel's got to provide for us for information. Yesterday, they were showing 154.075 million shares owned by institutions. Now it's 154.060. Obviously, that's going to be less. Hold on 1 second. Let me just update my numbers. Not by much. And options. Highest amount of call options in open interest yesterday was at $11 strike, and there was 14.2 thousand contracts. Today there's 15.3. On puts, highest amount of open interest yesterday was at a $7.50 strike with 9.9 thousand contracts. There's now 10.1. So the market's estimating a closing price by the end of this week somewhere between $7.50 and $11. Do note that there is a $9 large quantity of volume at a $9 strike as well, which could, and since that's a little bit closer to where we're currently trading in price, I would suspect the market's kind of estimating for a $7.50 to $9 move instead of 11. But I'm just letting you know what has the highest amount of open interest right now. Which could mean like an 8.25 close by the end of the week. That would be the most central point in price, which would be slightly higher than the Max Payne. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen here as I give you a little bit of music, and I'll move some screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, day over day, this is our utilization dropping from 56.77% down to 55.3%. On loan amount decreasing day over day as well from 27.47 million to 26.16. Let me get a calculator out for this because I'm not going to even try to math this morning. $1.31 down, or not percent, 1.31 million shares returned, rather. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropping as a result from 12.79 down to 12.53. Let's see how many shares they're estimating here. They're estimating of that 1.31 million shares, 514,000 of it was in closed short interest. With on-loan average age, with on-loan amounts coming down like that, we'll look at on-loan average age per day and try and figure out like whether or not they closed out newer or older age positions. On-loan average age per day increasing, which probably means that they closed out newer to middle-aged loans. So that rose from 6.53 to 9. Whoa, that's a big jump. 6.53 to 9.18. So definitely closed out newer positions than older positions based off that information. Security lending volume day over day did decrease from 8.44 down to 5.68. And thank goodness we have our data back. It's nice. VIX futures are up 1.04%, so we should be seeing a lot of the different markets down this morning. Sure enough, down anywhere from 0.37 to 0.51. Those numbers are a bit high considering, let me see what the opening price is going to be on the VIX. 17.68. It seems odd. These numbers right here seem to be a little bit more, what's the word I want to use? Elevated. They're not elevated. Well, the amount of change is more elevated than I would expect it to be based off of this this futures on the VIX here. Orders by Fidelity customers yesterday. Okay, I'm only looking at the last 4 minutes of data as they must have wiped out the information for the rest of the day. So that's all I'm going to be able to talk about here. It's not the entire day's worth of volume. It was just the last 4 minutes of trading. AMC had a 59.84% buy to 40.16% sell ratio. I know when we looked at it an hour prior to market close, our numbers were down around 55%, 55 to 45 buy sell ratio, which is not very good. The 59. I want to see 60-40 at a bare minimum. Let's see if GME made it on the last 4 minutes. Nope. GME's getting some low volume. Ooh. Oh, okay, never mind. That's not as bad as I thought. I thought they borrowed like 3 point something million shares already. SSR trigger for the day today is going to be $7.33. Shares available to borrow is at 2.8 million shares. And let's see here. We've got earlier this morning it was around 3.6. They borrowed 1.4 million a little bit ago, and then returned some of those shares. Yesterday, in total we saw about 2.2 million shares borrowed. Fees are currently at 2.6%. There's currently 82.3 thousand contracts out of the money versus 15.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 44.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on puts versus 10,000 contracts that are in the money. Actually, before we move on, I want to take a look at the pokey stick of volume, which we had already. There we go. I was waiting for it to come back down. I was like $8.20 trades going through. It was sitting around like 8.14. What's going on here? 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume was 69,000 shares, giving us a total of 86,000 shares traded so far for this morning. This is definitely elevated volume compared to what we're used to seeing, which would have me inclined to believe that there's a chance that we see more volume than typical. I'm going to go ahead and raise my estimates from 10 to 30 million shares yesterday to, I think I'm going to go with hold on a second, let me do some math. Factor of 3. Factor of 3. $28 million. That's so close to 30 million. I'm going to go 2040. I'm going to go, I think I'm going to go 2040 on the volume predictions for the day. There's a very good chance that I'm low on this number, but that's what I'm going to go with. And don't ask me why I had to figure out how many times 20 goes into 40. I know it's 3. Sometimes I'm lazy. I pull a calculator out and I just start crunching numbers without even thinking. It's just typing just fast. Just do it all quick. Let's see here. We had nice little spike there at 8:47. A minute after our pokey stick. All right, let's take a look at the rest of the information here. We had banks this morning, big movers in the pre-market. We've got, there actually is some big movers, but nothing that meets my criteria of reading it off by being plus or minus 2.7% or more. 2.75. I don't see anything. Ethereum Classic is down 0.22. Getting into the thick of my cloud for a breakout here. U.S. dollar this morning is it traded yet? Yeah, is currently down 0.03. Oil in the pre-market is down 1.17 in the pre-market. SPY is down 0.34. Must have opened down. What did it do here? Open down. Yep, look at that big drop there. Open down this morning. Let me zoom back out to a 1 hour time interval. I want to show you guys the boxes that I had drawn out here. Did not meet expectations yesterday. We had more consolidation. So I felt that there may be a chance that we might see a flagpole and a pennant. The pennant should last for the equal amount of time as the flagpole. which would have been this box length right here, and then we should have seen the continuation down. And I was expecting that we would probably see that continuation down, bring us down to around 423. I would still suggest that there's a possibility that we still see the market trend in that direction. It just didn't. It didn't pull the flag pennant signal that I was expecting, perhaps maybe to see. If we were to move down to 423, that would be a 7-point move on the SPY, which would be greater than I believe greater than a 1% move. Yeah, it would definitely be greater. It'd be like a 1.5% drop on the market, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Yeah, roughly about 1.5%, or 1.7%, I mean. Actually, yeah, it's like it's like 0.16 or 1.6, 1.7, somewhere around there of a move, which would be pretty drastic. It'd probably be a little ugly to see. Tesla is down 0.64 this morning in the pre-market. Let's take a look at what it's looking like right now. Definitely got a drop, very similarly to how the SPY dropped, and is trending back up after the initial drop earlier this morning. Amazon is down 0.27 in the pre-market, also getting a drop and trending back upwards. Cinemark is up 2.66, but that's from yesterday. It has not traded in the pre-market so far this morning. Even though there are trades set up, it's just not moving. Quite a range on the bid ask here. There's bids for 1674, but the ask side is 1886. So there's quite a spread there. Doge is Doge is down 0.11, and let's see where it's at right now. Trending up. It looks like it's breaking the trend right now, and it's trending up. Bitcoin is down 0.05 and also breaking the trend, heading up. GME in the pre-market is down 0.96 and is, it looks like it's consolidating from yesterday's end of the day price movement for the most part, even though it got that little boost at the very end there. HYMC in the pre-market is up 1.46 and consolidating. NCMI is down 1.26 and trending down. Has not traded yet this morning in the pre-market. The trending down was in the aftermarket hours. Hood is down 0.62 and trending down. And AMC is up 0.25 and consolidating. Even though we opened up a little bit down earlier this morning, we've come back up and we're starting to consolidate a little. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow for the day yesterday, it was like $20,000 more outflow than inflow. It was almost nearly identical. Volume so far this morning, we have 89,000 shares traded so far. 4-hour time interval, we've got currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.75, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.84. Which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.94, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI, and it looks like there's going to be a divergence here in the next 5 minutes. RSI is at 65.09, which is slightly above, or that's above average, 61.63. On a 1-hour chart for Ichimoto, lagging line is above price line. Conversion, you can see overnight came back above base, split away from base. They were on top of each other. So we now have a situation where we need to see price above the conversion line. Very oftentimes, it's very typical to see the conversion line or the price across the conversion at least once on the way up. Seeing as how conversion split away as price was kind of trading sideways, I would almost just say let's just get rid of the extended hours and look at the chart. And you can see here lagging line without the extended hours, the lagging line is below price line. We would need to see price up above 869 to get that up there. And then conversion and base. Conversion's just slightly lower than base. So this really kind of becomes a buy signal, I think, probably right around a bit. This should turn into a big buy signal at around 830. But in order to keep this a buy signal going into the end of today, we got to see a price above 850. So I'm going to write down 850 or higher as being the target number on a 1 hour chart. I'm going to put 855. And taking a look at a 4 hour chart, we've got lagging line is above price line temporarily. If we get above 837, it should stay above it for the rest of the day. Conversion is below base. We need to get conversion above base, and just keeping price trading higher than base level would do that. Obviously, we don't have the drop of the red cloud here where it starts to thin out until tomorrow. To break the cloud for the day-to-day, we would have to see $10.50 or higher. Which would be absolutely massively bullish if we saw something like that. I would expect to see more of a likelihood of us trading kind of sideways today and tomorrow, maybe with some slight downwards momentum, ultimately leading into like a Thursday breakout, late Wednesday night to Thursday breakout of this cloud here, which would be somewhere in the price range of like 826 to 883. So figure like an 850. So I'm going to guesstimate let me see here. I'm going to guesstimate an 805 closing for the day today. So 655 to 955 is going to be my price range. Let me just make sure I'm good with this. Yeah, that should be good. I kind of want to raise it just a little bit, but I'm going to stick with it. I might be on the low side, but I want to leave a little bit of room for a potential drop here, a little bit of a drop, like an 801 finish, or maybe even slightly lower. I think that's all I got for you guys. You'll notice the gray box above where we're at currently. It's for, I just moved the box upwards so we didn't have to see it all day long, but this is the time frame where I was thinking that we would potentially see a break of this 2-week-long wedge. Originally, I'd felt like there was a very strong chance that we would break out of this going to the downside as we were having falling volume, rising price, and also because the trend channel was pointing towards the top. Both of those are good indicators that you're going to see a break to the bottom side. And then we got the great big huge run that we had yesterday. It was like it was almost, I think, 12% at one point upwards. Totally, I mean, I shouldn't say totally unexpected. As I told you guys, there was going to be a big price increase coming by the 28th, I think it was. I think we had the signal on the 14th for the 7th. On the 7th, we had the signal for the unload average age per day hitting a bottom, and I said within 15 trading days we should see a significant jump in price. And so I would say that the price jump that we had yesterday would probably be considered pretty significant. Although we did close back down a little bit, so I'm still kind of thinking there's going to be a continuation of this this move. All right, with that, I can see you guys, what you're saying again. I'm going to head back to the back of the, well, nah, I'm not going to head back to the back of the big tramp. There's nobody back there already, so we only got about 15 more minutes or less here, so let's see what you guys are saying. More failure deliveries, no problem. ISDA contracts galore. BTFP, man. It's all about BT. Oh, wait. I got to show you guys this. Rich found it. So last night, as soon as I got done with the live stream, I was like, why don't I just look at the Fed? I've got saved on my desktop here. I've got saved the Fed. I want to call it a worksheet. Their gosh, I can't think of what it's called. Their balance sheet. And so I came over to the Fed balance sheet page, the sheet page. And then when I went to the 21st of September for the reporting of that, and we won't get a new reporting on these. I think these come out every Thursday, released each Thursday, generally around 4:30 p.m. So we won't get another report on this. So I want to see the data for the end of last week. So I'm not really going to get like a good picture on this, but BTFP is in here. Rate here, Bank Term Funding Program. And it's showing that they were down week over week, 108 million. But as of right now, the total amount of utilization for the BTFP program, I don't want to call it. I'll just call it the BTF program because I feel like I'm saying program twice by saying BTFP. The BTF program is being utilized by about 107.7 billion or 107.8. Almost billion. And so this is the number, the magic number that I was looking for. I wanted to see how much that increased from usage from last week, which we aren't going to get that report until Thursday night this week. And so one of the things that was really cool was Rich. Let me pull it up here real quick and find it. I think he put it under DD, maybe? Maybe it was under general. Hold on 1 second. Let me look for it real quick here. I know Rich put it up here for me, which was awesome. Here it is. I'm much more of a graphs kind of guy. So when somebody says like, "Hey, yeah, you got 100 and some odd $billion," and it's like, okay, yeah, but what does it look like over a longer period of time? Like, is it massively increasing? Is it decreasing? What's going on? I'm more of a graphs kind of guy. So so you can see right here that on that BTF program, by date, initially it was back in March when it was first started up. Looks like the very first reported date was March 15th. There was 11.9 billion. There's a pretty sharp increase in usage between March 15th and April 5th. And then it kind of tapered off a little bit, had a little bit more of an increase between March or May 3rd and June 7th. And then it's tapered slowly upwards. And we've had kind of like a lull period here, I would say, from August 9th to current. In fact, it just slightly went down a little bit here just more recently. And the interesting thing about this is if you pull up, let's pull up, what am I pulling up? Let's see here. I want reverse repo. If you pull up the reverse repo, where is a lot of that reverse repo going? And I think that a lot of it is some of this reverse repo is heading over to that BTF program. Not all of it, but some of it. Right now we're sitting at about 1.4 trillion compared to if we go back a little bit in time here, March 12th. Actually, one of the higher points that we had here was March 31st. We were sitting at about 2.3 trillion on that reverse repo. So we've seen it drop from 2.3 trillion down to about 1.4 trillion. So we've seen nearly $1 trillion, not quite $1 trillion difference in the reverse repos. And I think some of that BTF program, I think, is helping some of this to subside here. But all that risk being compiled into a different program is just going to delay things, and that's it. But anyways, thank you. Big thanks out to Rich for getting me that information, because I much prefer to look at this on a graph over time than to actually look at the Fed balance sheet and pull it that way, because that's just more painful. I would have had to plot it all out myself on an Excel spreadsheet, and I didn't want to do that. So thank you for finding that. I appreciate it. And I need to save this somewhere. Give me 1 second here while I save this screen. All right, cool. Just want to make sure I had that available to go for whenever I wanted to take a look at it. Shimmer says Taylor Swift's Eras Tour tickets for international locations outside U.S. will go on sale for most locations beginning on September 26th. The film will open in more than 100 countries starting from October 13th. Looks like there was a... Hey Jay, thanks man. I did hit the Peloton. I told you I would. So Jay, I did my own workout yesterday. It was simply a scenic ride. So everything that you saw that I did was me pushing myself. No coach pushing me through the ride, telling me what to do. I did it. And if you'll notice, I don't know if you saw or not already. I mean, you obviously saw that I did the ride, but I pushed myself harder than the coaches normally push. So for me, it's a test. It's a test to know whether or not I have the mental fortitude to push through new levels without having somebody to coach me through it. I think it's mental fortitude for working out is always a big challenge for a lot of people. It lets you know whether you're in the game or you're not. Adam Aaron tweet, Taylor announced this morning that the Eras Tour concert film will go global. AMC Theaters distribution is taking it to 100 plus countries starting October 13th. Andrew says, we are so grateful to AMC supporters in Europe. You asked for this, so we will play it in every one of our Odeon cinemas. That was, I guess, must have been a continuation of what Adam Aaron tweeted. It's awesome. I'll pull up the tweet here in case anybody wants to see it. Give me a second.
You don't want it on a tortilla? You want toast? You want it on a bagel? You want this tortilla? Is that what you're saying?
There it is.
You want it on a toasted bagel? Oh, or these?
It's awesome. Magic, good morning. That's right. Attendees plus plus. Oh, attendees plus plus, man. So I gotta tell you. So I was going through song suggestions, music suggestions this morning, and I fell upon your suggestions. I think you had listed two, which I didn't play the first one because it's like 26 minutes of guys playing in a library. And I'm like, I don't know which song you wanted me to play out of that. So I moved on to your next request, and so that's and I did a different version than the one that you suggested, which I thought was I liked it better. But yeah, man, if you're gonna post something up, make sure you tell me like the song title or like specifically like which song it is, if it's a 26-minute video or something like that. 1796 says, I'm just going to call you Patriot from now on. I don't know why I always say the whole thing. Patriot says, testicular fortitude, always a good thing, Casey. Absolutely. Tendies Plus Plus, I played the Eric Clapton version of that second song that you listed. But I think it's got the original guys in it, but yeah. Is that bacon, hun?
Sausage.
No, it's sausage. Close.
Loud.
Apparently they say I hear bacon. I don't know that.
Bacon's louder.
Bacon's louder. I did buy bacon, by the way. It wasn't on the list.
Trying to rush your sausage stack.
Okay, well, it was on the list last night, so I saw it and I was like, hey, we need bacon. We haven't had it in a while. You probably were trying to do it for me, but screw it. Who cares? Salt.
That's right.
Salt schmalt. We only live once. Can you? I don't understand that, guys. I know, like, I understand. Some people. I don't know, man. I know I got high blood pressure and I shouldn't be eating salty things. But I can't envision living life like that. I just can't envision being restricted to not eating certain things just because you're getting old or whatever. I think I'm just destined to live younger, or live like I'm young and die younger than normal. That should be my new motto. Live like you're young and die younger. I'm writing that down. Hold on a second. That's going to be a new quote, Casey quote here. Live like you're young, die younger. Four Million Gorilla says, think of it as an experiment, Casey, not a restriction. I don't want to experiment with things that I like. I would rather just keep eating them. Patriot says, eat more pork, is what I say. Apex, congratulations. You were the closest yesterday. You are almost there for an extra bonus point yesterday, but not quite. 669 to 969. I got you down, sir.
You want your bagel buttered?
You know I want my bagel buttered. I don't want a bagel. Thank you. 669 to 969. Knobzilla says 1 pack of bacon at a time is not good. 2 to 4 packs is acceptable. I got 2 packs. I like my new quote. Live like you're young, die younger. You're living the way you want to. If you're living like you're young, you're going to die young. All we need is some bacon. If we had some bacon to go with that, we could have some eggs with that bacon grease. Bizarro World says, "Is the market cooking with bacon grease?" Not today. It's looking like hot lava. Yesterday the VIX closed at 16.9, and this morning it's looking like it's going to open up at around 17.5 or more. Use the milk in the fridge is almost out. So.
It is out.
Okay.
4 milk is still ridiculous.
No, there's only 3 technically now.
Now that one hasn't started.
Hey, it'll be one last time you have to go to HEB to pick up another milk. Did you see the?
We can drink it all before the night.
Did you see the expiration dates? It's the 9th.
9th?
Yeah, the 9th.
That's close.
Well, it's for 4 gallons. We'll make it. That's like almost 2 weeks. We had 3 gallons of milk. Actually, no, I take that back. We had a gallon and a quarter of milk, and when I went grocery shopping last night, I picked up 3 milks. We just burn through milk around here. We got a lot of growing kids and stuff, so I just picked up 3. I was like, I'll just fill up because I like to keep 3 in stock, and 2 in the main, 1 in the main fridge and 2 on the outside fridge. But I want 1 extra this time. Drink the milk chunky like the Bundys. Hey Casey, if there happened to be a price spike, say into the 20s or so, could Adam Aarons sell more into that price increase in order to raise more capital? Absolutely, he could. And he's haven't looked at the numbers here. Give me, where am I going to find this at? I got these numbers here somewhere. Hold on a second. I'm trying to remember where I have. Oh, I know where it is. Not here. He had 390 million shares in order to sell into the marketplace, but he sold 40 of that 390. So he's got 350 million, if I'm not mistaken, just a little over 350 million shares available to sell into the marketplace. So he's got quite a few shares. If you were to make an assumption that he was going to sell another 40 million shares at let's just say 20. I mean, you said 20, so we'll say 20 at $20 a piece on average. He'd be raising close to another $1 billion. Would be another 800 million that he'd be able to raise with that 40,000 or 40 million shares. Yeah, he would need to announce a share offering first. Dylan says that's an insane amount of milk. Well, for 2 weeks, not for us. I think 2 gallons a week is probably pretty close to right. This is Texas down here. All right, I'm gonna go to break, guys. Let me see here. Jenna says 10 gallons a week when we were foster parents to 6 kids. I mean, it sounds to me, Jenna, like you were really. I mean, that's a lot. I remember my parents used to go. I used to drink in high school. Probably 3/4 of a gallon a day. And I know my parents, they didn't call it Costco back in the day. They called it Price Club. My parents had a Price Club membership, and they were. I think my dad was picking up gallons of milk quite often from Costco. But easily three. Just for me alone, with the sports that I was doing and everything in high school, I was burning through 3/4 of a gallon a day.
Heat over your plate so you don't spill. If you want an extra sausage, I can make you one.
Does Adamir have a new tweet or just the one from the Eras tour going overseas? I'm refreshing right now to see. Okay, it's just that one. I literally have. I don't know why this doesn't happen for me, but I literally have a check mark on notifications for when he tweets, and I get nothing. Nothing ever shows up for me. I don't know why. Oh yeah, Jenna, I understand. All right, guys. I'm gonna head to break. I will be back 15 minutes before market opens. I've already got my price prediction in for the day today. In fact, all the guys have them in except for Eric. Eric usually texts me just before market open to let me know what he's doing. So as of right now, I have 655 to 955. Eric's yesterday's numbers was 644 to 944. If he doesn't change them, that's what they'll be today. Apex has 669 to 969, and TB has 657 to 957. So we actually have really, really similar numbers today. In fact, TB and I are only two pennies off of each other on a price prediction. So Apex is, as of right now, Apex and Eric are the only ones that would be potential extra point winners for being 10 cents away from anybody else's prediction and getting price prediction within 10 cents correct. So as of right now, maybe I'll change my price prediction to keep that from happening. I don't know. Apex will be like, dude, you suck. I'll change it to 660. 660 to 960 to keep him from getting the extra bonus points. That would be so messed up. Yeah, Mystery says I don't get nothing. That's how I would say it. I didn't get nothing on notifications on YouTube. I don't either. I don't get any notifications on YouTube. I don't get any notifications on. I don't even get. It's really weird. Actually, sometimes I do get notifications from starting my own live stream, but it hasn't happened in a long time, so I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. All right, I will see you guys 15 minutes before market opens, and we'll get this day started. Thank you, Patriot. I will. Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. Leading into market open. VIX futures are up 1.9% at 1783. Looks like the VIX did open up at about 1759, up 4% from yesterday's close. VIX is certainly taking a jump. It's not showing it on the chart here yet, but you can see 1763 is where it's at, which is going to be up here in this range. It's going to take a little bit of a jump here. And so one of the more recent numbers that we've had for highs are around 1841. As a result, SPY currently showing down 0.68 leading into market open. Pre-market for AMC, we're down 0.49% for the day today. So Dr. Zayas, I'll talk about it when we get back, but really the MMRI is really only comparing the US dollar to the 10-year bond yields. So, because that's the formula, right? It's the US dollar strength multiplied by the percentage rate for the 10-year bond yields divided by 1.61. So I don't think that you can really compare them at all. It's completely different. One's looking at volatility in the market. The other one's looking at strength of the U.S. dollar and yield rates. Fun little piece of information here that I posted on, I think I posted it on here under breaking news. This one, I will link you guys to this in case you want to go read it for yourself. Yahoo Finance. Yay. Heaping pile of poo for news. But Yahoo Finance saying Corzine plans to shut hedge fund and return capital to investors. This is Bloomberg as of 8:13 a.m. CDT on the 24th, 2 days ago. John Corzine will shutter the hedge fund he started after the collapse of the MF Global Holdings, marking the end of his bid to rebound from one of the largest bankruptcies in U.S. history. Corzine's New York-based money management firm terminated its registration with the Securities and Exchange Commission as of September 22nd. According to the agency's website, the firm's loan investment vehicle, the JDC JSC Opportunity Master Fund, had grossed assets of about $510 million, including leverage at the end of last year. This is a quote from Corzine. He says, I have decided to wind down the Opportunity Fund and return capital to my investors. Corzine 76 said in an emailed statement, I am grateful to our team and for their hard work and dedication during the past several years. A former co-chairman of Goldman Sachs Group Incorporated, Corzine also served as a U.S. Senator and Governor of New Jersey before taking the top job at MF Global in 2010. He hoped to turn the futures broker into a Wall Street powerhouse, only to see the firm buckle under a cash crunch tied to proprietary bets on European sovereign debt. MF Global was forced to file for bankruptcy in 2011. In July, the three futures industry executives asked the Commodity Futures Trading Commission to review an exemption that allowed Corzine to continue trading a small amount of futures under settlement with the agency. The executives claim that Corzine is no longer eligible for exemption because of a 2020 rule change. It says here that Corzine's foes seek to cut off his futures trading abilities JDC JSC began raising money in 2018. Corzine said in his statement that now is the right time to focus on other interests. Quote, I look forward to being able to devote more time and energy to the things that matter most to me, which include philanthropy, teaching, and most importantly, my family, he said. That's a fun one. Let me shed a little tear for a hedge fund whose door is closed. Oh wait, I have no tears. Let's see here. Some of you guys are reading off, still reading the tweet recently posted by Adam Aaron. We got about three more minutes left here before we start the day off. Yesterday in volume, we ended up having 20.3 million shares traded in total. I had a prediction of 10 to 30 million, so it was right in between in the middle there. Today's prediction is 20 to 40 million volume for the day today. That is a little bit higher than what the prediction was for yesterday. I have a sneaking suspicion that I'm actually going to be on a bit of the high side, low side of that volume prediction. But I'm trying to do the best that I can without being over on those predictions, and I don't want to go too much higher than 20 million. Indeed. Let's get it. I'm getting notifications here. Hold on a second. Nope. Nothing I care about. Oh, I totally forgot to tell you guys. Hold on. I'm kind of reaching here. Kind of reaching just a little bit. But Edward posted out something yesterday which I thought was really kind of interesting. He said, thanks for letting me expose you, shill. You aren't following enough of fraud pork accounts. And of course, the accounts he's talking about is this guy's accounts over here. And Chew was the name that was on here. But the interesting thing about this is that Chew says AMC is dead. Where have we heard that before? AMC 2 dead? Looks like over the last 2.5 years, Chan may have finally understood that he can say that it's more grammatically correct to say is dead instead of 2 dead. I think we may have found Chan, guys. I mean, it's reaching. But I did post a response, and I said, oh my God, Chan's alive. So we may have found Chan. Don't know for sure. Haven't seen him for a very long time. But hopefully all is well with him and his family. He's got to make a hard-earned dollar by smashing on AMC. So, all right, guys, I will see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at SM.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. The title for the day today, guys, is MMRI. What is it? How does it compare? That MMRI stands for the Mannarino Market Risk Indicator. That's what it stands for. It was developed by derivatives and options trader Gregory Mannarino to gauge risk in the United States stock markets. The formula to calculate the MMRI is very simple. It's the U.S. index, DXY, dollar, the dollar index. I read that off to you on a daily basis. We can come over here and take a look at it real quick as you're looking at the screen here. You take the U.S. dollar index and you multiply that by the 10-year Treasury bond yield for the day, and then you divide it by 1.61. Now, I did some I did some quackery this morning. I did some quick research into perhaps why the 1.61. I didn't spend a whole lot of time into looking at it. The only thing I can really come up with is it's the golden ratio. I don't really know why specifically Gregory Mannarino chose 1.61 divided by, but for whatever reason, that's what he did. And the way that you interpret the MMRI is the indicator is interpreted based off of a scale ranging between 50 to 400. 50 to 100 is low risk, 100 to 200 is moderate risk, 200 to 300 is high risk, greater than 300 is extreme risk. Mannarino said, he said, well, I'm going to try it. I guess I'll skip that portion of this. I'm just going to take you guys straight over into looking at what this looks like when you take this indicator. And this is a trading indicator that can be found on multiple trading platforms. It is not on Webull, but I can show this to you on TradingView and what it looks like. You guys probably want to see the price movement more than you care about this. But if we go back to things like the 2000 .com bubble, which is this time frame in here, the top versus the bottom, and then the top of the 2008 recession to the bottom, the housing market crisis. That's right there. These are all defined by these cloud periods, scale readings right here. And let me get rid of some of this stuff on here real quick. If you look at where this is MMRI down here at the bottom. If you look at the 2000.com bubble, and I'll expand out price here just a little bit, and we'll zoom in on just specifically this portion of time in here. What you'll see is that MMRI was actually rising leading into the .com bubble. The top was reached right around January of 2000, and then it reached the bottom, the lowest that the Dow Jones ran down to, finished in October of '02. What you can see with MMRI here is that the value that it reached up to was right around 456. And remember, extreme risk, anything over 300. So this value was extremely high in this during this period of time. And then what you'll notice is that you'll see a steady decline or reversal on this risk as the market is continuously starting to drop further and further down. So one of the things that I would kind of mention or bring up about this is that just because there's extreme risk doesn't mean that you're going to see the market turn down instantly. Usually, extreme risk turns into risk off, meaning the market's going to try and turn off any kind of risk that there may be in held positions, and that's when you start seeing price moving downwards. And it's not until that risk off period. And we can take a look at 2008 and see kind of a similar thing here, where the peak of risk was actually found prior to, and by the way, it was 282. The peak over here was about 282 before, 270, 280, somewhere around there, was the peak of risk. And then you had risk off, and then you saw the market falling the most after the risk off period. And so if you take that and you come and look at, I guess we could look at the, this would have been COVID right here. You can see again, risk was pretty high at around 193-ish around this time frame in here. Risk off started occurring, and then the market started falling a little bit in this time period right in here, and then climbed back up, and risk continued to fall as this was climbing up, and then leading into COVID, it fell even further, so there was less and less risk. But then you have our current time frame right now, and we are superseding levels of risk that we had in 2008. We're currently at just underneath, I think MMRI is sitting at 297.91 right now. Really, really close to breaking 300, which is an extreme risk. I'm going to be looking for this value to start falling off, and what would cause that to fall is either the US dollar being devalued, coming down, which I don't expect that necessarily to be the case. What I would more expect to see is the yields, the 10-year Treasury yields, bond yields to be reversing and going into it instead of being inverted with the 2-year yields, seeing the inversion unwind itself and essentially causing risk off time period. And so that's what would tend to cause the market to crash in value. And you would see risk off. You would see risk starting to decline. So that's what I'm going to be watching for. I'm going to be watching for this MMRI to kind of peak at some point, and then start to curve back down. And as it's starting to curve back down, that's when we should see some of the largest moves that we'll see in the marketplace. And I've mentioned on many occasions before that I feel like if there was any market recession period that we look more like, it would be the 2000 .com bubble recession that we saw, and you can see I've got in like period days what that looked like, and we're kind of like in that like 2/3 stage of where some of the biggest price movements downward start to tend to happen, and we're entering into that time period. It's very, very similar looking to where we're at right now. But yeah, definitely risk on right now, and I don't see any risk off happening as of yet, even though price is dropping in the market overall. An interesting indicator. This is a brand new indicator for me. I've never seen it before. It's more of a generally new indicator. The earliest that I saw, or I could go back and test to see where somebody created it. I think there was first mention of it around like 2021, 2020 time frame. So it's a newer indicator. It's not very complex, but I do like what it's looking at. I don't know specifically why you would have to add in a division of the golden ratio to derive some kind of number. I still want to figure out why divide by 1.61. I just don't understand that portion of it. But anyways, I think it's a kind of interesting thing to look at, and take it for what it's worth. Maybe it expands your knowledge a little. Also, I will mention that on TradingView there is a MMRI, and essentially what they've done is they've added in a little bit more to. I do not have this pulled up still. Hold on a second here. Let me find it. Hold on one second. Where did it go? So the MMRI, the extra M in there is what does the extra M stand for? I don't see it. I think it's just modified. I think it's the extra M stands for modified. But essentially what they do with the MMRI is they take the debt divided by GDP and then multiply that by the USD strength times the USD interest rate. And then whatever value they get from that, they divide by 1.61. And so they're looking at debt, GDP, and then US dollar strength and the US dollar interest rate. And then multiply those together and come up with a value. It's kind of an interesting trading indicator. It's showing right now MMRI is reading around 296.65, and I'm not sure how it scales. It looks like it scales under the same conditions as MMRI, and it's actually, well, I guess you could just pull this over here so you guys can see it. It's actually scaling in the same kind of range as this indicator on TradingView is actually showing up as it's got both MMRI, and I'm not sure why it's calculating MMRI here to be what it is. Let me just check something real quick here. Oh, well, that's why. This is based off of old data. This is not current. This is old. Let me go back to, let me find this real quick here on TradingView. One second. Let's put it on here. It's probably use that one. All right, there we go. Go away. It doesn't want to get rid of that. MMRI is sitting at 297.54. MMRI is 383.85. And it scales these at the same numbers, so it's saying extremely risky right now. But I think this number that's showing up here is the 383. So this is the MMRI. This is the MMRI. So it's kind of an interesting way of looking at risk by using a bunch of different factors that I think are things that look at like global investment flows, monetary policy implications, risk management, asset allocation, global economic outlook, inflation expectations, and interest rate sensitivity. Those are all kind of like key categories that probably encompass an indicator like this. So I think it's kind of cool. I like learning new stuff, and so that's new for me. So I thought I'd bring it up and show it to you guys. All right, taking you guys back over here to the main page. Patriot says, yep, Gregory thinks the Fed will buy the debt to kick the can down the road some more than likely. I've never watched Gregory before, but somebody, I don't know, Patriot, it might have been you that might have mentioned it earlier this morning, saying he does 2 live streams a day. I might give him a check out. I might look and see what he's all about. Whenever we bring in anybody into the community, they end up getting fine tooth and combed, like Michael Gayad did. I don't really care. I'm still even though they're institutional bound trading positional trading investors, I would say that even though they have an opinion about AMC or something like that, I really don't care what their opinion of it is. I know what it is that I see, and I know they're not looking into anything else other than fundamentals, and I don't really care that's all they care about. The number that harmonizes the ratios is 1.618, or risk off. But you wouldn't. You don't necessarily have to divide by like a number like that to. Hopefully you can understand or at least see that you wouldn't need to divide by a number like that to still come up with like a ratio of numbers that show risk or risk off. Risk on or risk off, because it really, you don't need you don't need to divide it by a ratio. You can just use the formula itself without adding that in. Donald says starting the day off with a cup and handle. I don't know about that. Let's see. If we start jettisoning upwards, we can go back and look at it and see how high. But I wouldn't say so. I think we're kind of trading out this wedge, which I told you guys I thought would break to the bottom side here, and I was really surprised to see price moving up and retesting the top side of this wedge. So the downwards breakout. The breakout's supposed to be today, one way or the other. I had it set up for breakout for today. We'll have to see what happens. We got about 6 more minutes before Casey Sun says risk on, risk off. I'm gonna head back to the back of the big tramp. Let's see what we got going on back there. Nobody's back there. It's quite okay. And let's see here. All right, cool. Yeah, it's just an integer that satisfies proportion in mathematics no matter what it is. I see what you're saying. I guess I hadn't thought of it like that. Yeah, okay. I get it. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it like that. I guess it kind of makes a little bit more sense then when you put it like that. Let's take a look at what we got going on here in about 5 minutes, guys. We got 5 more minutes here. The VIX is up currently 3.61 at 1751. Currently, we have the SPY down 0.84, down 3.63 points. And today is the day where I felt like it was possible that we, 2 days ago or over the weekend, I suggested that by today there was a good chance that we could see 423. How do we get there? Well, we would have to see actually more than a 7-point difference. Well, that's not necessarily true. We would have to see a 6-point drop from open price. But from yesterday's close, we would have to see nearly a 10-point drop. So, which is pretty drastic. Would probably end up being maybe like 2% or more. It would be definitely more than 2% more down day over day in the market. So it would be a pretty drastic day today if we were to see something like that. So might be a little bit off on that prediction that I was thinking about 420. Let me just verify the number here. Hold on 1 second. I think I did this on a 4-hour. to be 1 hour. It had to be 1 hour, but it looks like I've got my stuff slightly off. Like 423 and a half is where I kind of thought we might end up at by the morning of tomorrow morning. That's where the end of my box is. So we'll see what ends up happening in the aftermarket hours and all that kind of good stuff. But it is definitely trending that direction. It'd have to drop quite a bit to get down there. Who do we have in the back of the big tramp here? We've got Rex. Good morning, Rex. Good. How are you doing today?
Staying golden, pony boy.
I used to say that to an engineer all the time. You're taking me back. You're taking me back. My wife just sent me a text. I should probably look at it. Oh. My wife sent me a picture. I've probably mentioned to you guys in the past before that when I was growing up, my mom signed us up to be a part of, we were on a list to be rehabilitators for animals in Virginia. And we rehabilitated squirrels, raccoons. I'm trying to think what else there might have been. I think we did possums once. But we anyways, we anytime there was like a nest that was knocked over from like a tree removal or something like that, we would end up getting them. And so squirrels were fun. Raccoons were the best, man. By far, raccoons were some of the coolest things. We'd raise 2 raccoons, and they were the coolest guys ever. Way better than a cat. Way more personality. And I love those raccoons. And but she just showed me a picture of some squirrels that somebody got here in Austin that need help. And I was like, I don't know if the kids are up for it or not, but we'll see. Pirate says chinchillas? No, it's squirrels. No, we never did alligators. I think my mom had said just primarily like she didn't want to do any birds either. I don't know what. I mean, I know why she didn't want to do birds, but I don't want to talk about it. But she wanted to stick to little marsupials of some sort or another. Have you seen the Taylor Swift is going worldwide now? I have. We've talked about it a couple different occasions this morning. Adam Aaron with the tweet out this morning talking about it 1 hour ago. Taylor announced Air Tour concert. Film will go global. Distributing. You were here when we talked about it earlier, Sammy. What the hell are you talking about, man? We talked about you. I know for a fact you were here when we talked about it last. Because you brought it up earlier as well. Rodents. I think they are viewed as rodents, yes. But let me tell you, they're cute as hell, fun to raise. Once they get their first nuts, though, look out. I'm telling you, it is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's like they're on crack cocaine. The minute that they first start getting their first nuts, they turn on you and they hate your guts after that. It's like, you feed them, this concoction that you make every day with, partially like milk and other stuff, and then next, you give them nuts and they go nutty. Crazy. they like hiss at you, and like the day before they'd be like climbing up and down your body, having a good old time playing around with you. You give them their first nuts and they just go nutty crazy. Do note, our on the wedge here for the day today, on the screen I've got buy close today. We would have to close somewhere above 824 in order for us to break beyond this like 2.5 week wedge here. Let's see, 3 5 3 5. Yeah, 2 week 2 day trend. Yeah, maybe that is why they're called squirrels, because they go squirrely on you. I don't know. I don't view squirrels as nothing more than a tree rat. I actually think they're really cool. But, I know a lot of people just see them as rodents. It's probably the difference between somebody who's raised a squirrel versus not raising a squirrel. All right, technicals it is. Let's take a look at some of the numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to gain access to your account, probably not a bad idea to do that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Having said that, in the top left-hand side of the page for the day today, we have, some of my numbers are gone here. Hold on a second. There we go. Price prediction tally points. Everybody got a price prediction tally point yesterday. For today, our numbers are, and this is not meant as financial advice by any means whatsoever. I have 655 to 955. Eric has 644 to 944. Apex has 669 to 969. And TB has 657 to 957. Volume prediction for the day today. TB says 10 to 30. I'm going 20 to 40. Short exempt volume increased day over day because of our increased volume that we had yesterday to 314.8 thousand shares going through short exempt volume. Utilization was 55.3%, and day over day price increase, we were up 6.82%, giving us day 1 of 3 of a price increase of 5% or greater. Max pain for the day today is at $8, and let's take a look at the off exchange data here real quick. By this time of the day, normally I would expect to see somewhere between somewhere around 44% going through off exchange. EDGX to be about 10 to 11%. As it stands, we have 53.68% going through off exchange. EDGX at 10.29. The combined total 63.97%, and that is 9.97% higher than I would expect it to be on a normal day, meaning a lot of price suppression currently by those being utilized by those exchanges. CHX volume is at 591 shares, not a whole lot. That's makes me excited. I want to see those numbers staying low for as long as possible. That means that somebody's not returning shares, which means that we have failure deliveries that are stacking massively. If you look at GME, CHX volume for the day is 500 shares, not a whole lot there either. Taking a look at institutional ownership, earlier this morning it was being reported at 154.06 million shares. Obviously, those are pre-reverse split numbers. Still showing 154.06 at this time. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for this morning, coming in at a strike price of $8. That's what it was yesterday. There's currently 4.4 thousand contracts at $8. Highest amount of put volume for the day today, also at $8, with 5.2 thousand contracts. Taking a look at, what's next here? Oh yeah, me taking you guys to the other screen, but I don't have the stuff moved over. Hold on a second. Well, that was kind of silly of me not to move. That one, and one more. Taking a look at Ortex next. Let's give this a refresh real quick. We got our charts back finally. Yay. $2.5 million shares have been borrowed so far this morning. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 13.02%. We have cost per borrow minute 2.32, average is 4.19, and max is 11.08. We're seeing a little bit of a jump up here on the max. That could be very oftentimes what will happen is they'll borrow from one institution that's reporting no shares left available to borrow, so that number will max out a little bit before they move on to another institution for borrowing. So that's oftentimes why you see those numbers rising on a max like that. Taking a look at utilization, we have yesterday it was at 56.77%. We dropped to 55.3%. On loan amount dropped day over day from 27.47 million shares to 26.16. That's a drop of 1.31 million shares day over day. Ortex is estimating that about 514,000 of that was in closed short interest. And obviously that's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop from 12.79 down to 12.53. Taking a look at on loan average age per day, that actually jumped up pretty massively. It went from 6.53 to 9.18 days per share, which tells me that most of the positions that were closed out of that 514,000 in short interest was more than likely newer positions, because if it would have been older positions, this number would have stayed flat or dropped. But instead, it shot way up, nearly 3 days per share or per loan share. Security lending volume was down day over day from 8.44 million to 5.68, even though volume was up for the day. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. AMC made the list. I do not see GME unless I'm just not looking careful enough. AMC has a 70.95% buy to 29.05% sell ratio. Yep, I don't see GME on here. 1 second. Did you get a package? I thought I heard Bruno barking. Trigger price for SSR is at $7.33 for the day today. Shares available to borrow has gone up to 4 million shares now available to borrow. It was down as low as 2.4 earlier this morning. Actually, it was down to 2.2. They borrowed from 3.6. They borrowed 1.4 million shares down to 2.2. Then it went back up to 2.8. They borrowed another 400,000 shares and then have returned, done nothing but return shares here. So we're looking at a total for the day today of 1.8 million shares borrowed, which is very, very close to what's been the very typical amount of borrowing that we've seen on a daily basis. And I've mentioned this on occasions here where there's been about 4 to 5 million shares available to borrow. And what I want to mention to you guys is that I think there's going to be a huge need to borrow these shares here in the very near future. This is only if you're so inclined to do. I'm not telling you what to do here. You do what you want with your shares. It's your money. It's your choice. It's your shares. It's your choice. If you have share lending, if you have not recently checked if you have share lending turned off, now would be a great time to go check and see if you have share lending turned on or off, and make a decision as to whether you want to change that or modify that. That has on very often occasions on people's accounts gone from a turned off to a turned on strategy. So take that into consideration and maybe check it. I don't see any reason why I personally want to lend my shares to anybody who's trying to find shares to deliver with. I want to make it as difficult as possible for them to find shares. But I do know that there needs to be some lending that occurs. I just don't want them to be with my shares. I'll let institutions lend out their shares and do the dirty work. Fees are at 2.8%. 97.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 16.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 46.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on puts versus 10.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.07%, Dow Jones down 0.68%, and S&P 500 is down 0.94%. We currently have 3,502 decliners to 2,490 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently, but it's not on fire just as of yet. Big bank movers for the day-to-day, and I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.75% or greater. FRC is down 4.88. Silvergate's down 7.69. Let's see here. Nothing else meets that criteria, but there sure is a lot of red. Ethereum Classic is down 0.53. US dollar pretty much breaking even. It's negative 0.01 currently at 105.99. Oil is down 1.29% and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.11 to 0.19 and are trending slightly up. SPY is down 1.03 and dropping to 427. VIX is up 5.92 and trending up at 17.9. VBR is down 0.58 and trending down. VB is down 0.63 and trending down. Tesla is down 0.64, trending up. Amazon is down 3.17, trending down. Cinemark is down up rather 0.98, trending up. Doge is down 0.62, trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.6, trending down. GameStop is down 0.79 and consolidating. HYMC is up 0.2, consolidating. NCMI is up or down rather 1.17 and trending down. Hood is down 0.46 and consolidating, and AMC is breaking even and consolidating right at the value where 40 million shares were traded for an average price by AMC of $8.14. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.98 million shares traded so far after 45 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 34.49 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I may have gone too high on my prediction. I said 20 to 40. At this rate, this volume is going to probably break below 20 million, but we'll see what ends up happening. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.86, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.57, which is above average. On a 30... Wait a second here. Did I say below average on the 4-hour? It's slightly above average. I don't know what I said, but I feel like I said something wrong. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 58.94, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.45, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart with the Ichimoto, lagging line is above price line, conversions above base. The only thing we need to do right now is keep price above the conversion line to make this a strong buy signal. If the price starts to fall down into the cloud here, which the top of this cloud starts at around $8.14, anything below $8.14 kind of keeps this at bay and does not allow us to continue to rise. So we need to see price above $8.14 throughout the day today in order to get that big buy signal that we need to get. Otherwise, we are kind of moving into a green cloud period going into tomorrow, which means we could see a little bit of downwards momentum that would push us into the back down into the 780s to 790 range. Taking a look at a 4-hour chart, we have lagging line is currently above price line. Conversion's below base, so we need to get conversion above base, which will happen if we have price continuing to stay above the base. And we're kind of trading at the bottom side of this cloud, so we're kind of getting this. I don't know if you guys are seeing this or not, but I mean the 1 hour or the 1 hour and the 4 hour Ichimoto clouds are kind of pointing towards a breakout, maybe a little bit of downwards momentum over the next 24 hours, but a potential breakout to the upside of above $8.20 going into Thursday. Maybe even Thursday morning pre-market. It could be as early as that as well. So I do think that we are heading towards greener pastures here, which would be really, really nice to see have happen. But I'm not necessarily expecting really big moves until that time frame. If we were to get bigger moves, on a 1 hour chart, we would need to maintain 855 or higher, and on this 4 hour chart, we would have to break the red cloud here, which would be at $10.50 or higher. So those are some big numbers. And I think with that, I'm going to yield my time back to the back of the big tramp. Mac Nedbees says, have you heard of Melvin Capital? No, and I haven't. Actually, you know what? I wanted to look something up real quick here. Oh, thank you. Give me 1 second while I look something up real quick here. I wanted to see what was the name of the company that this John Corzine was in charge of. JDC JSC Opportunity Fund. That's what it's called. He's the founder, chief executive officer, and chief investment officer of JDC JSC Opportunity Fund, a global macro event-driven hedge fund. So I guess it seems really difficult to remember. I wonder, so JDC he's JSC, John Corzine is JSC. I wonder who JDC is. Maybe his son? Maybe, I don't know. JDC, I don't know why JDC. Anyways, have you heard of them? No? It's because they went out of business last week. I mean, I'm crying. I shed a tear. No tears. Completely dry. Most of the theaters, Mike, own a stake in NCMI, and part of the reason for that is that the NCMI advertises through the theaters, and so as part of the benefits is that NCMI awards the movie theaters some of the shares from the company. Corzine, isn't that a pizza full? No. Funny though. I like that, Albert. It's funny. Good dad jokes early in the morning. I love it. I'm curious. Did anybody have any questions on the MMRI? I probably don't have the answer, but I can try to look it up though. Tony says AC/DC Dirty Deeds feels like an appropriate intro song in the future. Tony, let me copy that down. Hold on a second. I'm putting it in my list of requests. I don't know if it's one that I've played or not before, but we'll see. Yeah, we need an L in there, Albert. Calzone. Calzine. When do the 40 million shares actually settle? That is a great question. A wonderful, wonderful question. And the answer, Dario, is that they're done. They sold them already. AMC announced that the selling of the shares had ceased on the 13th. So the filing came out on the 14th saying that they had finished on the 13th. So if institutions wanted to file a 13D claiming 5% ownership of AMC or greater, they would have had to have filed, because it is 10 calendar days, they would have had to have filed, let's see here, by the 22nd. And nobody's filed yet. I think AMC's sitting on more than 325 million. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I think we are. Oh, no. There's no T30. No, it's T plus 2, which technically speaking, I guess actually I hadn't thought about it like that. If they had purchased them by the 13th, then you could say T plus 2 settlement. So it would have been the 16th or 15th. Rather, so I hadn't thought about that. Still 10 days would have been 7, 8, 9, 10 days would have been yesterday. So even with that additional 2 days in there, they still should have had to have filed by yesterday. And ironically, yesterday was also the date of completion of ownership, or the record date for AMC shareholders. For the proxy vote, which I thought was kind of interesting. So Island of Dr. Moreau, Adam Aaron said an at the market offering. He did state that they had an additional amount of, remember they increased it from like 25 to 40 million. He did state that there was like I think they had raised it from 25 to 30, and then an additional, I think 10 million or so of it was potential other types of forms of selling that they could do to individual the banks that they had listed that were going to be selling the shares, but the rest of it was supposed to be at the market. And so if they're selling it at the market, if the banks had bought those shares to sell to the market, like you're suggesting, then they would have had to have filed, right? Because there was only what was there, four different institutions that were listed off. If any one of those institutions picked up, I don't know, 10 million. They would have had to have filed. 10 million shares would have been enough to file a 10D. And that's splitting it 4 ways, right? My guess is that most of those institutions already had some shares already, more than likely, which meant that would more than likely mean that they would probably have to file sooner than 10 million. Albert says, next stop we need is cash dividend. Make the ancient hedgie pay for it. It's not so. Believe it or not, Albert, those cash dividends isn't. It will hurt the hedge funds. Don't get me wrong, but it's actually going to hurt our brokers more than it'll hurt the hedge funds, and it'll cause our brokers to actually go out and buy the shares, right? And you're probably wondering, like, what do you mean by that? And what I'm trying to say to you is that if a broker holds a position for us but doesn't actually hold the shares, then they now have to pay out of their pocket the dividend difference that they don't have the shares for, meaning all they have to do is go out and buy shares, and if it's cheaper for them to go out and buy shares, then that's what they'll do. They'll go out and just buy the share and be like, you know what, it's just cheaper. I'll just hold on to the share. If they're going to start giving out quarterly dividends, I'll buy the share. I don't have to. It doesn't come out of my pocket. It'll be a one-time ownership kind of thing, and I can do, you know, whatever. I can loan the shares out or do whatever. You know, it'll just be more cost effective for them to go out and actually buy the shares. So that's what we want. We want to have our institutions buying these shares and holding them for us, because that's what they're supposed to be doing, but they're not. So you're absolutely right, though. That's where we're going to get the real value from having a shared dividend would come from forcing brokers to buy shares. Getting really close to the breakout here, guys, on the 2.5 week wedge. We're approaching it right now. Move the chart up so it can move freely. You know what, Pro Jeweler? I love the way that you think, sir. You and I have very similar minds. I do that kind of crap all the time too in my head. I go like, maybe if I move the chart, it'll make a difference. It doesn't make a difference. But I think the same way you do. I think that all the time. And even what brokers buy are synthetics, while massive buy and hold equals more synthetics, which means cash divs pay more, which means eventually one hedgie has to cover his legitimate shorts. I'm not sure if I'm following exactly the way that you're saying it, but buying pressure would certainly destroy anybody who was short, yes. TB says, quick, spam the meatballs. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Spam the meatballs. Currently, AMC is up 2.76% at $8.37. We got a little bit of volume, increased volume on that run that we just had there, but not a lot. Pro Jeweler said even a 1 cent dividend would be good. AMC used to give out, I don't know if you know, I've kind of talked about this on occasion. AMC used to give out a very set standard quarterly dividend. If you go back and you look in the past, it was 0.2 per share. And that was it was a quarterly 0.2 over and over. It repeated itself. And then they gave out a yearly as well. Sometimes the yearly dividend was, well, this one back in 2018 was $1.55. Well, it doesn't look like the yearly dividend was always the case, but, unless I'm not looking at this correctly. Yeah, but the 0.2 was very, very almost religious. So seeing a 0.2 dividend would be amazing. I don't know if that's oh, here was a 0.03. That was the very last dividend that they gave was a 0.03. That was kind of a lower one. Yes. Well, yes and no. MacBees. All right. So let me explain. So you said, isn't it the market maker that makes all the short exempt volume? So if they sell short and someone buys and holds it, that means that the market maker is on the hook for those synthetic dividends, right? And that the answer to that is absolutely yes, true. They are responsible for now divvying out a dividend to the people who they gave shares to that they didn't have any shares to deliver with. But that's not the part that's really going to cause price to go up, right? That's just going to cause money to bleed out of their pocketbooks, which is great. We want that. That's a great thing. But what you really need to see price improvement is forced buying. Failure to deliver cause forced buying, but dividends don't cause forced buying by hedge funds. What causes forced buying is long institutions who don't want to have to pay out of their pocketbooks for positions held by their investors, and so they actually go out and start buying shares to hold on to, so that they can so the dividend doesn't come out of their pocket; it comes out of the company's pocket for each share that they're holding on to. But it certainly helps in reduction of collateral held by potential collateral held by shorting institutions. Grant says VIX is going vertical. It's at 18.42, up 8.99%. Big jump there. I've got the MMRI set up, an MMRI set up on this page here on TradingView. We're now at 298.17 on MMRI. MMRI is at 384.64, and you can see the numbers are definitely increasing here as well. And this is going to be the MMRI is going to be based off of the U.S. dollar and the 10-year yield rates, whereas this also includes GDP and shoot, I forgot what the other one was. GDP and I can't remember. Hold on a second. It is debt divided by GDP. Kevin, Grant, no, not Grant. Boomstick says, Casey, would you have to file a 13F if you bought shares just to cover your shorts? I don't think so. No, I don't believe so. Because you're not really assuming ownership. You're delivering those shares for a position that's going to be a market maker thing. So no, I'm going to say no. But if a market maker buy the shares they need to cover all dividends, including synthetic, then they can just close the synthetic positions. No. Not really. No. I know a lot of people have suggested that. A lot of people suggest that they can just close out their positions. The problem is that there's way more in existence than most people even realize. So there's a lot of swaps that are involved in here that's hiding a lot of what's been done over time. And so this idea that you could just simply buy shares to close out the positions that you have open currently, and that would wipe you clean and free of being able to have any risk any longer, is absolutely false. And it's simply because some people just don't understand that there's more in existence than what's being reported. And that's the big problem. We caught them literally with their full body in the cookie jar. And they didn't just have they weren't just up to their elbow in a cookie jar with shorts on AMC. They were full body neck. The only thing sticking out was their hair, and we grabbed them by the freaking hair and said, "Gotcha, bitch." And so guess what? No, they cannot just buy shares to close the positions that they have open. And wash their hands clear and free and say, we don't have any more short positions open any longer. Food Hog says, "Dear Vix, please go to 180 soon. Love Foo." Kevin says, "Any advice on where to buy a moon suit?" None. I still gotta buy my moon boots, man. I can tell you where you can get some cool moon boots at.
Party City's got them on sale after Halloween, so
Shut the front door. They have moon suits.
they do.
Oh,
With operational helmet.
Yes, they are stuck paying the dividend bill. I like to think of the metaphor of having their D's caught in the blender. No, Plague, we're just talking. There is no mention of a dividend. I want to be very, very clear. There has been no mention of a dividend. We're just talking about what dividends would do and how they would impact, and why a dividend in the future is an important thing for us to get to. Do you know how much? I'm gonna have to go to Party City here and look this up. Now I'm curious how much these moon suits are. That's actually oh shoot, that's Walmart. Never mind. That's 130. There's actually a pretty cool $139 Walmart one, but it's like way too costly. That's actually not that bad looking. I mean, depending on how badly you wanted to go to a party and impress, this thing's got full on. It's got full on hoses attached to it. If you could dye this, suit a color, it would almost be Among Us worthy. They have two different pictures here. It's like, hey, look at the difference. I don't see a difference. It's pretty cool looking. It's a lot of money for a moon suit, though. And if any of you all say, what the heck is Among Us? You've been living a sheltered life. Pro Jeweler says, I'm going as an FTD for Halloween. Is that like an IOU? Like, how do you dress up as an FTD? Does that mean you're not going anywhere? You don't show up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's also this one too. This is Amazon. Not that you want to like, give them any business or anything. I'm just kind of like looking through these. This is kind of cool too. Um, this one's only 35 bucks. Oh, they got blue. That's my favorite color. That's actually kind of cool. Probably like a bunch of nylon though. Polyester. Remember, this is probably unbreathable materials. And you're probably like sweating your butt off. Although here in Texas, one thing I've noticed over the decade plus that I've lived here is that Halloween marks the really coldest day of the year, and I always end up freezing my ass off on Halloween, which is kind of sucks. Adult lunar witch. What the hell's a lunar witch costume? I'm looking at Party City now.
That's a Taylor Swift. That's a Taylor Swift. We got it. That's what we needed.
What the heck is this?
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What does that have to do with lunar? Oh, I get it. Okay, never mind. I got it now.
Any ape costumes that you see?
I'm looking. Hold on. Let's see here. First, I'm looking up moon suit, but I don't see anything. Maybe I should look at astronaut. Astronaut. Those are cheesy as hell and expensive too. I'm gonna pass. Yeah, these are just horrible. All right, I'll look up ape suit. Well, I'll show you first. I'll show you guys the one that they've got listed here. This is just absolutely horrific. I would never wear that. That's so horrible. Look at me, guys. I bought this for 50 bucks. That's so horrible. Space. Somebody needs to write down underneath it, the final frontier. Space. And the visor only covers up his his like huge eyebrows. Barely even covers up his huge eyebrows that he's got going on here. It's a good thing this guy plucked before he had his photo shoot. I'm sure that monobrow was pretty massive. Looks like a space janitor. Yeah, I mean, it's either that or the runner up for 1875. You can buy this. That's so pathetic. Although if you were really creative, you could have somebody who was artsy fartsy paint in like a gorilla looking like image on the hat here, so that it looked like you were like part gorilla, part NASA helmet kind of thing. That might be kind of cool, but it would take a lot of work.
And Facey right over it.
They didn't use the same actor, or they didn't use the same model for this one. They needed somebody with a little less brow. Not a whole lot less, but a little less. And then you said ape outfit, right? Ape suit. They have ape masks, and they don't have an ape suit. Let me just type in ape. Nope. They got masks for 55 bucks. That's what you get. nice to see Discount Benedict Bandersnatch got some modeling work. Whose wife or girlfriend will go as Kenny's ex-wife dressed with a head wound after getting hit in the head with a bedpost? Did you guys see? Hold on a second. Let me look this up real quick. I'm trying to think. Which ones was it? I want to say it was SpaceX. It's really funny. I'm not sure if you guys have seen SpaceX suits, the ones that they've got for everybody who's heading up in one of their SpaceX flights. Legit, I think this is literally what the suits look like, and I kid you not, it's pretty bad. You're sending guys up into space. You're sending guys up into space, and this is I don't know if this is real or not. I mean, it's got to be real. It's really bad. Come on, Elon. Sport some bucks, man, because these literally look just as good as that one outfit from Party City. These four guys. We get to go up into space, but we're going to be dressing in Party City outfits when we go up. Look at does it say NASA underneath the bottom? I'm not sure what it says underneath. It does say NASA. It says NASA underneath. Oh, man. Those are so bad. Those are so bad. It just doesn't even look right.
He looks depressed.
Oh, man. Projo says I go 50 on that. I know, that's what I'm saying. I'll bet you they paid like a crap ton of money for those suits too. Wait, hold on a second. I gotta do this. Hold on. I don't think there's any difference here. I give to you Party City space suit. Versus SpaceX spacesuit. I think it's the same thing. So save yourself some money. Elon Musk, you could save some money here. Go a little more expensive on these suits. Or either that, you could just pay $27.75 for a child's version. I think they might be $50 for these. It is the same exact suit. There's no difference. There's no difference. Material. Elon's pissed off at me right now. He's probably about ready to shut down the live feed. He's sending cease and desist letters right now to YouTube. My coworker's wife made them their costumes one year, supposed to be California raisins, but they ended up looking like, and everyone agreed, a turd. That would have been my first guess, but it turned out like a turd. I can't believe we tested off the top. I mean, this is. I mean, they literally took us up to 843, 845, and literally dropped us right back inside, just to within the trend here on this this wedge. They really don't want this up higher. Do we need to check failed to deliver or FTD change column? I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. Do you mean for like the dates when those are reported, or what do you mean? What do you mean by that exactly? I'm not sure of the question. You don't need to check it. You can check it if you want to. Let me pull up. So 8/31 is the last date that I have. We should be getting a new reporting on these numbers here within the next week, and for the next 15 days worth of data. We got about 6 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers again. Failure to deliver shows to cover 50 million on 25. But failure to deliver change shows only 14 million. In regards to the amount of shares that were returned during that period of time, if you look, the amount of shares that were needed to be returned by that point in time after the reverse split and conversion would have been the equivalent of about 4 to 5 million shares. If you look back, one of the things that you really kind of have to investigate, there's 3 different things you need to investigate in terms of understanding failure delivers and what's been returned versus what's not been returned. And most people are only looking at what the change is day over day, and I would suggest that there's a better way to look at it. And it's not that it's false, but those shares were returned. And if you go back, this is where everybody needs to kind of educate themselves a little bit and try and come up with a way better than just looking at what the change is day over day. And this is why I say you need to look at CHX volume. CHX volume in terms of shares that were actually returned shows that on the T plus 35 date of the failure delivers for those 50 million shares, that we had approximately 4 million shares that were returned on 8/17. Let me pull up the chart just to make sure I got the right dates here. Hold on one second. $9.27. There it is right there. On 9/13, we had approximately 3.6 million shares. So I'm going to pull a screen over here real quick so you can see this. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. I'll pull them all over. So on 8/24, notice that all the numbers are reduced by a factor of 10, right? So you got to add a 0 to the ends of all these numbers here. So by 8/29, 1.2 million shares, or basically 12.8 million shares prior to reverse split and conversion, were returned during that period of time. Each one of these values in here has to have a 0 added to it. So this is 880,000 shares returned, 380,000 shares, 6.8 million shares. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Is that right? Yeah, 6.8 million shares returned. That's a really small number, 63,000. 1.41 million shares returned, 8 million shares returned, 260,000 shares returned, 86,000 shares returned, 320,000 shares returned, and then you have this massive, massive number here of 36.3 million shares returned. You need to go through and start adding these up here and seeing what these numbers all add up to, and seeing that they actually have been returning the shares within the T35 period of time that's been reported. And so you're seeing the amount of failure to delivers that are disappearing or showing. Some people are saying they just disappeared. It's all fake and false. And it's like, no, they were legitimately returning shares during those periods of time. And you have to kind of add these numbers up and start seeing that they have been returned. But what you also have to acknowledge is that we've had very, very low numbers on CHX volume ever since about the 15th of this month, which means we've had massive amounts of failure to delivers that have been stacking. So there's 3 different pieces of information. When in terms of looking at failure to delivers, there's 3 different pieces of information that you need. You need to know how much failure to delivers occurred, when they're due by, and how much has been returned. Those are the 3 pieces of information you have. If you are only going off of how much it is day over day, you are missing the picture completely. You have no idea what you're talking about. You got to figure out how many shares are actually being returned in reference to what's due. So if you're not getting that 3rd piece of information, you just don't get it. You're not getting it. You don't understand. So you got to get that 3rd piece of information and find out where those shares are coming from. Now, of course, CHX volume is not going to be all of it. I'm sure that some of the returns are coming through, some of the deliveries are coming through other exchanges besides just CHX. This is only going to be a chunk of it, but it does seem to be a fair large portion of the chunk. So when we have 36.3 million shares returned here, some of the other shares may have been returned through other exchanges as well. For that day, we had a total volume day on the 13th of September. We had 37 million shares that traded that day. So there's a very good chance that there may have been some volume that traded through some of the other exchanges that would have been failure to deliver shares being delivered, where they're borrowing them. That's where they're getting them from. They're borrowing the shares. Some of them are being sold. Some are being borrowed. Most of the shares that they got in the big rundown in price was institutions who were selling the shares off in order to buy back in at a lower cost. So it was a rebalancing by long institutions to get in at a lower price. But FTD data is not false. Yes, we've been piling on FTDs massively for like the last week and a half, which is what I want to see. But part of the reason that we saw this big, huge price movement back, let me get rid of all this junk on the page here. A lot of this big price movement in here was institutions selling off their positions to be able to buy back in at cheaper prices. So there was a real sell-off. It just wasn't by retail. It was by institutions who wanted to try and get back in at a lower price. So where are the shares being found? They're either through borrowing or they're through institutions that are selling their shares and then getting back in at lower prices. Nobody's on our side, guys. They're not, institutions aren't going to hold their positions at a really high cost average when they can write off losses and buy back in at a cheaper price. They're just, it makes more business sense to do that. AMC 1 says returning the same shares that's been borrowed 10x before. So Empire Fire says from Adam Aaron, and they're not getting it from Adam Aaron. Adam Aaron sold 40 million shares into the marketplace, and not a single institution filed a 13D. So they're not getting them from Adam Aaron. Anybody who's buying a position at a lower cost, they may be buying some of those 40 million, but they're certainly not. They're certainly not reporting that they're holding on to positions. Dario says they have to. They are really gambling. They're making huge gambles, and this is the state of our market. They're making major gambles. You're absolutely right. Starbase, good morning. It's 10:04, guys. It is time to take a look at the numbers. Let's move on over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, what are we at, 10 o'clock? 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 58.02% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 11.36. The combined total on that 69.38%. That's approximately 9.38% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1,092 shares. This is why I read off CHX volume to you on a daily basis, because I want you to understand that it's important to know whether or not they're returning shares currently or not. I want to see this number stay under 30,000 shares a day. Why 30,000 shares? Because 30,000 shares equals 300,000 shares prior to reverse split. That's a significant chunk of shares being returned. We don't want to see that. We want to see shares stacking. We want to know that those failure delivers are building higher and higher and higher and higher and reaching new highs that they have to deliver for. And so when you ask yourself, why is there 5 million shares available to borrow right now? Then it should be pretty clear to you. The reason is that they're going to need those shares in a very short period of time, and they know it, and that's why they're making shares available to be borrowed, because if they don't, they're going to be screwed, because they got a lot of shares that they're going to have to deliver on here soon. Taking a look at GME's CHX volume for the day today, it's sitting at 500 shares, nothing unusually high. Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.5 million shares having been borrowed. It is now 2.74 million shares having been borrowed, and that number usually starts going down after this point throughout the day until the later portion of the day. So they start returning shares in the middle of the afternoon. Short share interest of the free float, as a result, is up a little bit to 13.17%. Cost of borrow ends at 2.32, average 4.25, and max is at 11.08. Shares on loan for the day today is at 26.16 million shares. That is 1.3 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 514,000 of that was in closed short interest. Give me 1 second here. Taking a look at options, highest amount of volume so far for the day today has been an $8 strike price, and there was 4.4 thousand contracts as of an hour ago. Currently, we now have a new highest amount of volume at $8.50, and there's currently 7.7 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of puts is at a $8 strike. We went from 5.2 thousand contracts to 7.4 thousand contracts. Market suggesting a closing between $8 and $8.50 by the end of the day today. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for here on Fidelity's most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. AMC is on the list. We have a 65.01% buy to 34.99% sell ratio. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $7.33. There's 3.7 million shares available to borrow currently. Earlier they had returned up to 4 million shares and have now reborrowed an additional 300,000 shares so far. So we're looking at about 2.1 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. I think yesterday we had 2.2 in total, so we're getting really close to yesterday's numbers. Fees currently at 2.8%. NASDAQ is down 1.14. Dow Jones is down 0.79. S&P 500 down 1.05. We have 3,523 decliners to 2,513 advancers. The market is more advancing right now than it was an hour ago, marginally. Big bank movers for the day today. We have, I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We've got FRC down 4.88, Silvergate down 7.69, and that might be the end of it. It is. Ethereum Classic is down 0.61 and trending down. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.05 and trending up. Oil is down 1.2 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.17 to 0.23 and trending down. SPY is down 1.06 and trending down. Nope, consolidating. Take that back. For some reason, the screen updates and it's not updating in a timely fashion. Looks like consolidation on the SPY right now at 427. VIX is up 7.1% and trending up. VBR is down 0.54 and consolidating. VB is down 0.63, starting to consolidate. Tesla is up 0.1 and starting to trend up now. Amazon is down 3.27 and starting to consolidate. Cinemark up 1.27 but starting to trend down. Doge is down 0.61, trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.57, trending down. GME is down 2.86, trending down. HYMC is up 0.49 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.43 and consolidating. HUD up 0.31 and trending up, and AMC up 1.85 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. 7.03 million shares traded so far after 101 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for about 27.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million, and now I'm starting to feel I'm sweating bullets on this one. I'm starting to think there's a chance we don't even see 20 million. So high once again on volume predictions. I don't know why couldn't just split the difference between 10 and 20 and go 15 to 25, but whatever. On a 4-hour chart, we got more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 57.3, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring, RSI at 63.21, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 63.66, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 61.64, which is above average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Thank you. Who do we got back here right now? Pirate? It's just you and me, sir. It's kind of lonely back here.
Yeah, I thought I'd sneak in while it wasn't crowded, so maybe I could ask you a question.
Go for it.
Is it improper for me to view the reverse split and a conversion as a sort of a reset, and then ignore? I don't want to say ignore it. That's not the word I'm looking for, but disregard all the data before that and looking for trends as far as my chart goes, and just consider things as a new beginning, if you will, with the reverse split and the conversion and all of that, and as far as trying to find a bottom. Is there any validity to that argument, or am I hurting myself?
I think, personal opinion, I think it's very, very difficult anytime that a company has a reverse split, and I've never seen a conversion like AMC's had before, so that's kind of a new thing for me. But in a reverse split or even a split situation, it's very, very difficult to chart off of past historicals. It changes the dynamics of how shares are traded. And while there should be continuity in quantity as a percentage that's traded, it does change how the charting looks. And so, yes, and especially in terms of things like some of my favorite indicators, like the Ichimoto, it's using past historical data to formulate or calculate where a price is going to be moving to. So things like moving averages are going to be completely jacked up. You can't rely on those at all. So this is like one of those main reasons why everybody always is coming in here always saying, what about moving average? Where are we at on this? Where are we at on this? It's like, you do realize you're looking at an MA on a daily, and we haven't even we've traded like a month off of a new, and some people are looking at like a 20 MA, and it's like, it's like you just,
exactly,
you have 20 MA, and that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to make it seem too simplistic, but it's kind of like, they just shook the whole game board up. If everything's changed, and it did, so many different things changed. I just thought it might be helpful. At least I have fallen into a habit of just kind of looking at things from a new beginning or a new starting point, and starting to and trying to identify the trend of up or down from there. And I was just curious as to your thoughts on it. At least I don't feel so foolish now about my little theory.
Which is why, like when I go to a 1 hour chart here on AMC, I'm only looking at data in regards to where price trends are moving. I know this is such a mess here on the page here. It's hard to see everything, but this wedge that I've got drawn out here is only 2.5 weeks worth of data, and I think that's relevant data. So, and trying to chart this out from something from the past is, like, I think we were looking at this maybe a week or so ago, maybe even 2 weeks ago. We were looking at this and saying, oh, hey, there's a potential chance here at a cup and handle type situation. Well, not really. And part of that reason is because there were 40 million shares that were sold into the marketplace, and it changes a lot of the dynamics of how things are being traded. And so you really, it is a lot like a reset. Yeah. I would agree.
I think a lot of us that have been here 2 years or longer, even over a year, have a tendency, we look at things through the entire historical trend because we're so familiar with all of it. But I try every once in a while to come at it from a different angle and say, well, if I was new money, if I had just discovered this play and started to look at recent events, I think that kind of view would be more focused on from the conversion forward. I'm not saying that what happened before that was immaterial. I'm just saying, as far as trying to identify trends and entry points and picking a bottom, whatever, that just seems logical to me that would be the place to start, would be from when the dust settled. And I appreciate you sharing those thoughts with me.
Mm-hmm. And then Dario D says, wouldn't you have to wait at least a month because of the failure delivers on AMC? I mean, so there's a couple different things here involved with the failure to deliver. A lot of people were under the assumption that they would have to immediately find those shares that were needed with the failure to delivers. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think that the QSIP simply changes. And when the QSIP changes, it's just simply a matter of changing an identifier for a position that's currently being held as being modified. And so any failure to delivers that would have been occurring on AMC would have just changed to a new the failure. Imagine having an Excel spreadsheet and you're trying to track your finances on an Excel spreadsheet, and you call this Excel spreadsheet My Finances. Then suddenly somebody says, well, you're getting married, so now you got to call it Our Finances. And it's like, okay, well, my finances and your finances are now Our Finances, but my finances didn't change any. I just added in your finances in here, so now we're going to just change the name of it and call it Our Finances. And there's going to be some small differences. There's going to be an addition of an income, some expenditures that go in there, but all we're really going to do is just add that in and call it Our Finances now instead of My Finances. Right? It's just a name change. That's it. Everybody's going to treat it. All the financial institutions are just going to treat those contracts as the same contracts as before, but they modify their contracts to include the new QSIP ID. That's it. They just go in there and change it from My Finances to Our Finances. That's all it is. So a lot of people were in the assumption that there was going to be like this massive like recall of shares. So everybody was going to have to start delivering on them, and it's like, no, not the case. That's not quite how it works. There's not going to be this like huge upheaval in the marketplace in order to change a name. I know there's a lot of hopes and faith that were put into that, but I always tried to suggest to everybody that wasn't going to be the case. In terms of I gotta go back to what they said again here. In terms of the failure to delivers that were stacking after the reverse split and conversion, those numbers were still really massive. If you go back and you take a look, I've got it on a spreadsheet right now because I knew that the data would be difficult to collect down the road. So I can show you what that looks like. I think somewhere. Yeah, here it is. So disregard any other column besides trying to remember which one's which. Settlements. It's this column right here. This doesn't show enough data. 1 second here. I think this is the data that we want. The short exempt volume that occurred after the reverse split and conversion were these dates in here. These are the ones that you want to be looking at, I think. And there was just massive quantities. Super, super massive quantities of short exempt volume that was occurring during that period of time. Let me look at something real quick here before I... How far back does this go? 825... 579. Yeah, okay. So these numbers are not these numbers were modified by me to reflect how many shares they would be, supposing that you add a 0 in on them. So it's kind of like I went through and added a 0 because it was I wanted all these numbers to kind of look like what they would have looked like if we had not had the reverse split and conversion. So everything from the 24th on, I added 0 to, because if you look right now, if you were to go to, for example, Stonko Tracker, and you were to look back in the history here on short exempt volume that was occurring, you can see it was 579,427. You can see it's 579,427 with a 0 on the end of it. So for the 25th. So you can see here that the short exempt volume, in contrast to what we were getting just before the reverse split and conversion, were these massive quantities of shares every single day. Like 3 million, by the way, guys, just to let you know, 3 million in short exempt volume was something difficult for us to hit ever. Like rarely did we ever hit 3 million in short exempt volume, just at all, period. And then all of a sudden we started seeing, starting the 21st, I guess starting the 22nd, we had 3 million, 6 million, 5 million, 5 million, 5 million, 4, basically 5 million, 8.4 million, 3.2, 2.8, 1.7, 11.3 million, 4.5 million, 4.8 million. All these numbers are just absolutely massive. They're massive numbers. All I care about was 3 million shares. Now I have to reduce that number from 3 million down to 300,000. So all I want to see is 300,000 a day is all I want to see in short exempt volume to know that we've got some massive, massive numbers that are occurring. And so you can look here and you can look, 300,000 is all we need per day. And we're starting to see some drop numbers below 300,000 starting around the 15th of this month. But we're starting to head back up. We just had another 300,000 again. So these numbers are all those turn into failure delivers, and they're massive quantities. And in regards to like needing to wait a month, kind of, yeah. It's 35 days due to T plus 35 for these to start reporting them as needing to be delivered, and it's quite a large sum. Every single one of these days here, you start adding these together. Right now, they have what do we have right now in Stonko Tracker reported? We have 3.7 million shares reported right now available to borrow. And if you just start taking these numbers right here in short exempt volume and you start adding them together, how many days in a row would you need to add together in order for it to make that value that's showing there? And you'll see why it is that they're starting to save shares, because you can go back to I don't know what point you want to go back to and look back to, but there's just tons and tons of shares in here, and this is all equaling over the 3 million shares that they need. Morning, Doug. Doug, I don't have, again, just like we were just talking about in regards to suck, squeeze, bang, blow. We have like a month's worth of data. We have literally a month's worth of data since some massive changes that have occurred that would have actually less than that, really, because AMC got done selling 40 million shares into the marketplace as of the 13th of this month. So we've got like 13 days since then that have, and it's not even trading days, so probably more like 10 trading days or less since AMC stopped selling shares into the market of 40 million shares, which is equivalent of a quarter of what we have outstanding now. There's absolutely no way that you would be able to track anything longer than half of a month's worth of data and have it be valid. And suck, squeeze, bang, blow needs a lot more data than that to track. I need like a quarter's worth of data to track something like that. As usually most cycles last for up to a quarter. The past does have an effect on price now in regards to resetting the charts, so to speak. Yes, absolutely it does.
Yeah, I wasn't implying that the past didn't have an effect on it. I just felt like we went through a period of time where there were so many big events that created disruption, if you will, or stirred the dust up, and all of that activity. It seems like it'd be harder to accurate trend analysis. Now that everything is kind of settled down, all that uncertainty is off the table. There's less incoming dramatic changes. That I guess what I was trying to say was shouldn't the picture become clearer going forward? That was kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah, I think so. Did I mention that another hedge fund went bankrupt?
Good morning.
Good morning. What was it?
Did
TDS?
you-
TDS? No, JDS. That's it. JDS and JS. I forget what it is. Go ahead. What was your question?
Oh no, I was just interested. I mean, I checked about something, and apparently Cineworld didn't get an agreement with AMC for Taylor Swift, but looks like Cinemark might have done that. So I was just saying that I was just pointing out that I just found that out because Bigham's commented on it. So, if you don't make the proper agreement with AMC, you don't get Taylor Swift.
Well, I mean, I think Cineworld is, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's who AMC. That's who AMC wants to, I think, take over, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's probably why they didn't give it to him, or didn't give.
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that.
I think there's a lot of things they could do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's a, because I doubt that's the case. If you're going to be the distributor for somebody, I'm pretty sure the last thing you would want to do is say I'm not distributing to some people and just others, because you want your client to make the most money, and as a distributor, if you're holding back on your client, then you're not doing them justice for what it is that they could be making.
I'm wondering why Cineworld wasn't able to.
But Cineworld claimed bankruptcy at one point, I think, pretty recently, and then they took that off the table at some point and said, "Never mind, we're not doing bankruptcy after all." So it could be that they just don't have the revenue, perhaps maybe to be able to purchase it.
Okay, yeah, that's what
as opposed to AMC, as opposed to AMC like killing the deal. I think it's far more likely that the other party was refusing to participate because they didn't want to do anything that would help their competitors make money, meaning us. That's probably far more likely than AMC holding it back.
Yeah, I don't even know. I was just like bringing it up because I just saw that today, and but yeah, it wouldn't make sense to me either, though. Either way, really, because you think that both of them would want to make money, because like with the movie strikes and everything, you want Taylor Swift, So for me, I would see it. Well, you want Taylor Swift to be seen in your theater versus someone else's theater, and but Cinemark seems to be I looked at the 14th. I only have one in my state, and I looked and they have tickets. So yeah, maybe it's just like a bar entry, and Cineworld didn't have the money for it or something.
I don't know.
I don't know how licensing works at all.
Albert says Cineworld stock wiped out. $1.7 billion given to Cineworld to start again. Lenders now own Cineworld. I wasn't aware of that news, but I'm not saying it's not true.
KC, back to you talking about the hedge fund failing. maybe now would be a good time for us to have a new addition to the soundboard. We could do the funeral march.
I knew there was something I was supposed to do this weekend. I couldn't remember what it was.
Funeral march. You know, that dun 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 dun. So
that
every
almost
time one of these guys takes it.
I never realized it, but when you just sang that, I realized how similar Darth Vader's march is very similar to the death march that you just sang.
It is, isn't it?
I never realized it until just now.
Yeah. But at any rate, maybe there's room for that on the board. So every time we have an announcement, we can have a little sound effect to go along. But my first thought was maybe we should send them flowers. You know, like you do when a person passes away, you send flowers to them, condolences. But it seems far more appropriate for everyone to enjoy a little sound bite of a funeral march.
That's messed up. Flowers. Can we send them a bouquet of bananas? Is that possible? I don't know.
Sorry for your losses. Yeah.
I like the banana.
They could not reach a deal with the distributor. That's what Sammy Boy says. They could not reach a deal with the distributor. They probably wanted a 5-finger discount and couldn't get it.
Yeah, somebody on Twitter asked them about it, about like, can I see Taylor Swift? And they're like, sorry, we did not make a deal.
That's messed up. I'm looking this up now. Oh, apparently I don't know how to spell bouquet. There's an OU. I got the
when
rest
I heard
of it right.
about it, I was hoping. When I heard about it, I was hoping it was Cinemark, but then I was like, oh, okay, Cineworld.
BANANAS. Let's see here. Bananas. Bouquet of bananas. Looks like there might be one here that can be. Oh, bouquet of bananas and lemons.
Oh, even better. Oh, I like the way
that
nice.
is really kind of cool. Just found this.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Wait. No, sorry, I was playing it looks like it's telling me how to make a bouquet of banana, and it's actually really not bad looking. It's actually probably a pretty decent looking gift here. Look at that. It's bananas, lemons, and then there's inside here there's also ginger. I don't know if it's hard. It's kind of hard to see with the wheat looking stuff in here, but there's ginger in there as well. Unfortunately, this is not something you can buy. This is just a DIY. Yeah, I know, right? I might.
I was laughing. I was thinking to myself, you send something like this to like, Kenny or somebody, and then they get a restraining order saying, "Don't send me any more flowers and bananas."
Wait. $43. Here we go. Bouquet of bananas, SpongeBob is what it's called. It's for $43, plus shipping and tax.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I like that a lot.
I'm
not gonna lie. I like that a lot.
Where are they based?
It's Pro Flowers. I think I don't. Oh, this is definitely not in the U.S. Yeah, not here. Interesting though. Kiev. I don't know how to say it. Very interesting.
We had a brief conversation the other day about the evil Axis having their meeting, bankers, Ken Griffin and whatnot. We were all of us trying to figure out what they could have been talking about. I couldn't help but notice on Twitter they said that Paul just received a $2 billion loan. Just coincidental timing, I guess.
Yeah, profits. They're talking about profits.
Trending up says when you get lost between the moon and New York City. Perjuler saying
He's
VIX is
quoting
1862, but I see 1839. Maybe he's seeing that he's looking at the future. I've noticed Weeble is really bad about late reporting on VIX, so you're probably seeing something reported somewhere else that's quicker.
Yeah, plus Dixie is like 10, 15 minutes behind on Weeble.
Yeah. Which I've never understood why that's the case, but whatever.
Yeah, right. I think it's like, I don't know.
It's not like I'm trading off of it anyways, so it doesn't really matter.
But
it's just annoying that it's
just
delayed.
Weird. Why would you do that? Yeah.
Yeah. Frank says, so Cineworld is under Chapter 11. Stockholders are out. Creditors haven't approved a deal for debt, but it is operating legal with no changes. How does that work? Got to keep AMC struggling. And the sooner they react or shut it down, the more business AMC gets out of it. So they probably don't want AMC picking up any of the theaters at rock bottom discount prices from anybody who's leasing out sites. So my guess is that it's probably seen as a gold mine at this point.
Yeah,
a gold mine that could turn into a torture chamber. In their hands, it's a gold mine, and anybody else's, it's a torture chamber.
Do you think will we get like institutional ownership change in like a week or so, like updates?
Wait, say that again.
For AMC, for like institutional share ownership and stuff.
Yes, we should be seeing, because you're saying like on Fintel.
Yeah, I guess.
They're usually really good about updating once the month ends. So if there's been like a massive change to amount of shares outstanding or any of those data reporting numbers that they have, they should change by the end of the month. So I'm expecting that that institutional ownership that we've been seeing that's been wrong for so long should change after this month is over. I'm hoping. And if not then it shouldn't be any later than halfway into next month, as that's when all the quarterlies will be due by, I think. Let me see here. Let me look at the calendar. Actually, you know what? I think there's a great website for this. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it real quick here. Whoa. Yeah, September 15th. I could have sworn it was I guess that's right. It should have already happened.
Okay. Because
It should be April 18th, June 15th, September 15th, and then January 16th of 2024 would be the dates for the quarter. Those would be the estimated tax payment deadlines, and I would assume that those. Hold on a second here. Let me do the math and make sure this is right. March. Oh, that's not right. That's not right at all. Hold on. I've got the wrong dates. Give me a second here.
Yeah, because Weeble's way behind. they're at a 831 update, and then they have 8.76 institutional. So you're saying Fintel is usually the most up to date, or?
No, it's not. Fintel's always like lagging behind by a lot. Isn't
that nuts? Like where to get correct information anymore?
I think this might be the right page here. It looks, no, that's a holiday. Filer 14th. Man, hold on a second. This just takes me a little bit. Every once in a while I find these pages like super quick, and then some reason or another it takes me a while. But it just depends on how much pressure I'm feeling. So, let's see here.
No pressure.
Yeah, right.
We pay him by the hour. We pay him by the hour. So the longer he takes, the more he makes. The longer he takes, the more he makes.
This should pop up correct here. I found a website one time that was absolutely amazing. It had all the filing dates all listed on like one page. It was beautiful. It was like I should have saved it when I found it the first time. I was like, oh, this is so cool. I'm showing November 9th. But that doesn't sound right to me.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm showing November 9th. Which, did I say halfway through the month next month is what I said? Isn't that what I said? That's almost halfway. Yeah. Oh wait, no, that's October. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. It should be the middle of October. All right, let me look one more thing up here. Should be. Deadline 40. It should be 40 days. Yeah, it's like a month and a half. So if the end of, let's see, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, September, or July, August, September, October. Actually, that sounds about right. It might not be until November 9th. Because
for new institutional information.
Because September, the filing date I think is September or something or other, but that's not the point. The point is that I think they have 40. I think they have 40 days. It's either 40 or 60 days here. I think, and it kind of depends on a couple different. There's large accelerated filers, and non-accelerated filers, which is all based off of depending on how much it is. But we would be more than likely looking at like 60 days, which is approximately 2 months. But that's from the 10K deadline. The Form 10Q deadline is 40 days. So I think it's. I feel like it should be like middle of next month is when we should be seeing. Actually, son of a bitch, I always forget that I can just do this. If you go to Fintel, you can find out what it is really simple. It's all you gotta do is just go to Fintel, look up institutional ownership, go in there and look at the previous year. And I don't know why I always forget this. This is so simple to do. You can just look at the previous year and see when the filings were filed, and just know that it's like around that time, right? It's the easiest. It's the easiest way to look at it. So if you go back to 2020, I'm looking at it right now. If you go back to 2022 and look at the filings that were coming in, the 13 Fs that were being filed during that time, they're mostly filed around. Let's see here, 2022. Where the heck is it?
So do you go to Fintel? You type in AMC and then you go to what?
You could. I would just go to the page where it has institutional ownership, and you can look at the different 13 Fs that are filed. And then scroll back until you see like 2022's data.
Okay.
You can actually filter by filing dates. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Oh, wait. Here we go. Actually, if you pull up effective date, you can see that it shows for 2022 is 9/30. It actually shows the dates listed right in there. So, and notice, if you notice those 13 Fs, that's when they're going to be due by. So that's what you'd be looking for. You're going to be looking for, and you can already see that the same dates apply every single year, right? It just keeps repeating itself over and over and over. 12/31, 3/31, okay. 6/30, 9/30, 12/30, 12/31, 3/30, 6/30. So we're looking for by the end of this month, and I think, if I'm not mistaken on those, let me just make sure. I think they have. That's when they should be due by. We should know by no later than just a few more days from now on institutional positions for the last quarter.
Yeah, it stands to reason that will happen with a regularity. That's part of someone's job description, and they're going to do that on a regular basis. They're not just going to pick random times to do that, so it makes sense. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you our friend Yucca.
Nah, Yucca's here? Yucca!
He slipped in, man. He slipped in stealth mode.
What's up?
The ladies hardly know you're even there.
That's creepy.
Would you have it any other way?
Really?
JPM.
Yep, I'm right behind them.
What is this?
Smelling their hair.
Yukon says JP Morgan is banning the purchase of crypto October 16th, but it's for your own good. I don't.
Oh wow!
I noticed not too long ago, Yukon, because I never had problems with trading crypto on Webull before. But I just recently found out that you have to have a different style of account now. You have to open up a different type of account to trade crypto through. It's almost. This is so reminiscent of the years when I used to play poker, where we had like I want to call it. I don't know what to call it. It's like traded funds that were on a different currency, right? Like you'd buy it's like buying poker chips in a casino, and your poker chips are only good in that casino, but once you cash them all out, it turns back into cash again, and you're good to go. But this is so reminiscent of that. Like just knowing that a lot of these institutions are not allowing people to trade any longer, unless they either have like special type of R poker chips that you trade with. They're tokenizing. They're tokenizing currency. They're taking the U.S. currency and tokenizing. If you want to know how shady this shit is, how bad it is to be investing in these kind of and I know everybody who's a preacher is probably just reeling right now. But this is how bad it is. This is how literally bad it is that they literally have to start trading these now on currency other than the U.S. currency. I'm telling you, they're going to. It's coming. It's only a matter of time. We will see all crypto become illegal.
Who's coming?
Or it may not. It may not become illegal, but they'll certainly say like it's no longer supported unless you are. I don't know. Unless you're trading it outside the U.S. markets. Preston says, whatever happened to the tokenized AMC shares at FTX? Good question.
Hey, has any of you gone to any fast food recently that like make it really hard to pay in cash?
No.
Yeah, everybody's still stuck on that.
On what?
On like they want exact change.
Oh yeah. Well, I had this weird thing. I was celebrating my birthday and I went to Taco Bell with my family. And
wait! Stop! You can't. You got this. My mind works in different ways here. You wanted to go to Taco Bell on your birthday. That's where you wanted to go. There's nothing wrong with this. I'm not trying to make fun. I think it's perfectly okay. By the way, if you want to go to, I just want to make sure that that's what you wanted. Was that what you wanted, or did somebody else suggest it?
Somebody else suggested it.
But... see. Oh man. Oh, dude, how did you? Oh my gosh. What would you have picked? What would you have picked if it hadn't been for Taco Bell?
Panda Express.
I love you, man. I love you to death. Full FOMO. Keep going. Sorry, I'm sorry I didn't interrupt that story, but that.
And you?
Oh my God. Those are the kind of things in my life that make me happy. It's so pathetic, but I love it. Keep going. Please tell your story.
Okay,
Keep going.
So all right. So it was really fresh. It was a little like dystopia. I had cash. We all had cash. We weren't really in a position where we're going to use credit or debit. And they have three self checkout things. Be like not near where the typical counter is, but like where like McDonald's or everybody else, like away from the counter, right? A second counter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the menu is on a TV screen, for each of those screens or whatever, or above those screens, like facing the opposite direction of where the other is, where you use cash if you have to use cash, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm thinking like, I know the menu, but like, I'm talking to a person. There's no menu in front of me. I look behind me to see if there's a menu that I can look at. It's just really bizarre what they're doing.
Yeah, McDonald's has this like weird stuff where you don't even order in front of somebody anymore. You just like punch it in on the screen, and then you just wait for it.
I wouldn't be against like this automation if those machines took cash like Walmart checkouts do.
I'm telling you, dude, we're already on a CBDC. It's just that nobody wants to admit it. we are literally already trading through digital currencies, and everybody just wants to think that we still have cash is still a thing, and it's just slowly being taken away. You just don't. It's happening like a cooking a lobster in warm in cool water. Start them off in cool water, turn on the fire, and let him just slowly heat up until he doesn't know any better, and he's just already in it.
Yeah, no, it felt like they were really trying to put you in your place. You're like, you have to use cash. Like, you're not gonna get like a menu You'd be like the low class, like right? Low class uses cash now.
That's slow,
You know-
low
you know
brow.
what I
Oh, you still use dirty cash? Ooh, you filthy villain.
No, but that's what it was though. You know what I mean? I have
You're like I'm at Taco Bell. I'm literally at Taco Bell. Where else would you pay cash for something?
Well, and it's in it's in a lower class area where you had to like get pinged in to use the bathroom because they don't let people use the bathrooms. You know.
By the way, I love Taco Bell. I just want to say I love Taco Bell. I have nothing against it whatsoever.
I love Taco Bell too before this. Like this is I noticed this like 3 or 4 months ago, but this was like I got to the point where it was really bizarre because the other one at least had a menu up on the wall.
Yeah.
This one didn't have it at all. So now I'm like how am I to order something that I don't even know what the menu is?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Am I supposed to turn around, look at the machine, like look to see if there's a menu without using my cash, and then turn around and talk to the person and say, yeah, I'll have this, and this.
They have
I think you're supposed to be looking for the QR code.
Oh, the QR code. Yeah. Yep, it's probably that what it is. Yeah, probably.
I wouldn't have a problem with those kiosks if when we use them, somehow every time I go to Taco Bell, they still manage to fuck the order up. Like I use the kiosk for that same reason, man. It's just frustrating. They tell me they don't take cash. What's next?
Yeah, they don't take cash in the kiosk, so you have to go and talk to the person, and there's nobody standing there or any like. So you have to wait until somebody like notices that you need it, or you call them out. You know.
Interesting.
So
okay, now that makes sense.
You really feel like second class citizen when you're using cash in there.
That's what we're coming down to. No, I know you're serious. I'm laughing because it's like scary.
And go experience that for yourself.
I'm laughing because it's scary. It really like it's happening. You know, it's right before us.
It creeps me out. It's like it's like it makes me feel like when they don't accept cash, it's like everybody's on like you said like a crypto, right? But instead of crypto, think of it like everybody's on the what's it called? I can't even think of it right now. You know, if you're poor and you get a cash card, you know, a DBT or something, or what is it called?
EBT.
Yeah, everybody's currency is now that. Everybody feels like they're on a government program.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? There's like you're not adults anymore. You have to have a card, you know, that's regulated. You know what I'm saying? They're making us all like on like, in my opinion, they're all when you can't have a coin or cash, you become part of a program.
I have.
You know what I mean?
I have
we're all part of the American program.
I have a $50 bill in my wallet. That's the only thing I have in cash, and I'm afraid that if I get to some place and I want change, I probably won't be able to get it. Is that crazy? I'm probably.
Yeah, they don't accept.
I'm probably gonna have a 50.
20.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have a $50 bill in my wallet for probably I don't know the rest of my life, and it's just gonna sit in there.
It's a collector's item.
Yeah, and I'm never gonna be able to get rid of the damn thing because every place I go, everybody's gonna be like, "Sorry, we don't have change for 50." I'll be like, "What the fuck is going on here? It's tender. It's legal. It's legal tender. What the hell? I can't get change."
It's like Casey, that's like going to like a store and taking a bucket full of pennies. They want to accept the pennies. Like if you're gonna pay like $60 worth of pennies, they don't want. Like I've seen people, they're like, no, we can't accept all that. You have to go to the bank and change it.
I've actually heard that people are that stores are actually taking change in droves now. I heard that
they're taking change.
I heard that if you want to change, if you want to turn your change in, that they'll happily take it because they don't have any anymore. It's like trying to get their hands on change is almost impossible. I've got so much change sitting in it. Yeah, essentially that's what. Yeah, no, that's what it is because they'll take that change and they'll either hold on to some of it, and then just trade the rest into a bank, and then nobody ever pulls the change out of the bank. It literally just banks are absorbing it all.
Well, we're getting to a point where the change is actually, is worth more than melted.
Pennies.
It's illegal.
I had somebody that I just was reading a post recently on Reddit where they were talking about pennies below the year of like 19. Shoot, I can't remember what year. 80 was it 82? I thought it was 87.
82.
Okay, 82.
No, it's 82.
Pennies older than 1982 have more value sold than their actual physical value. Their legal tender value.
I bought
Oh, you said that. You said that. You were the one that said that.
I did.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You should have seen about $100 worth of pennies I bought on eBay. I actually bought it for $150. You may call me retarded.
Wow.
But that's okay, because it's worth over 200 melt. But yeah, go ahead.
So, are we gonna get to a point where we're gonna have to say my pennies are worth dollars on the penny?
Yeah. I'll just, not to promote an app, but there's an app, a free app called Coinflation. And if you download it's iOS, but if you get that.
Cornflation? Did you say cornflation?
Coinflation. And you can, if you put in you'll find out that by doing it, you'll look at just regular, nickels and pennies are your high value items, and pennies or dimes and quarters are not worth keeping right now. You want nickels and pennies. Even zinc pennies have higher value than which is zinc pennies are after 1982. They're worth like 80 cents on the dollar, a melt value at the moment. But the zinc is still a commodity. But you take with the Taco Bell situation, taking the human element out of it, getting rid of cash means they can track you better, right? They can track you.
Yeah.
Inflation. Which one is it? I'm trying to download it now. I don't see it here.
I used to joke back in the early 2000s. Well, no, I was right around 2000. I used to joke that we needed our government needed to abolish pennies, and that people needed to just start getting rid of the penny altogether, and that we don't trade on. We didn't have anything else other than nickels or higher. And we're going the exact opposite direction. it's like we're getting rid of the 50s and the hundreds. Now they'll only take 20 or less, and anything that and you're lucky if you can find change anymore. So it's like we're going the opposite direction of where I was kidding around with.
And you can't find the small face bills. Go ahead and look on eBay what the small face bills are. They're starting to go for a premium now if you have some older currency.
Son of a gun.
Because they're not circulating anymore. So it's supply and demand, right? As soon as something becomes scarce, because the banks, they take all those small face bills in, they send it back to the Treasury, and and now you only get the big face bills,
Mm-hmm.
What about the star notes?
What was that?
What about the star notes? Have you seen anything in those?
I'm not sure what that is. Stardoms?
So a star note is next to the barcode on a bill, a little green star. It's a reprint of a previously destroyed bill, and those are starting to go up as well. I didn't know if you heard anything about them, but I had quite a few I just uploaded.
Nice. Yeah.
There's a hunt for DB Cooper's lost destroyed bills that have the star note. It's like people are going crazy trying to look for those.
Interesting. I'll have to check that out. I mean, I do know that people like even collecting these bills if they have an unusual code on them, the serial number. If the serial number is like 111222111 or like something obscure. Look, if you search for like bill serial
birthday bills.
Yeah, so
they have birthday bills with the date you're born on them, and those are worth quite a bit. I've seen some of those go for like $50 for a dollar bill that has someone's birthday on it. It's crazy.
I mean, it's just interesting. I just didn't mean to go on a derail thing here, but I do
Good.
think
No, it's good.
I think it's good that our community and they aware that yes, there is this push away from the currency there, and shit becomes heavy. But I'm glad Casey's got a lot of change. I hold on to that. So while you do have it,
Yeah.
like the only thing I would do if I had a lot of change would be to trade my quarters and my dimes to try to get more nickels and pennies. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I've got. I can't get away from having change in my car. Like, where the cup holder in the middle is full of change on both of my cars. And I'm like, why do I keep just throwing pennies in there?
How old is your daughter again?
And back here
Yucca?
at my shop.
Yucca, how old is your daughter again?
She's 15. She just turned 15 on the 20th.
That's too old. Never mind. I was going to give you a good idea, but that's too old. What I used to do with my kids.
Too old to start saving.
No. What I used to do with my boys is I would always. And this is back when they were much younger. But as soon as they would get into the truck with me, and I'd say like, hey, if you can count out the money and give me the right amount that's sitting in my change cup, I'll let you have it. So I, basically force them to try and count out money and just have them get good at counting money. And
that sounds like laziness. You don't want to count it, so let them count it.
No, I had to count it to verify it. I had to make sure that they were right, so I wouldn't let them have it otherwise. And sometimes they get it, sometimes they wouldn't, and it taught a couple different good lessons. One is to make sure that when you're counting until you get it right, and by double checking yourself before you're giving a final answer, and it also just teaches good simple math. That's it. But she's 15. She ain't gonna want to count your money. She ain't gonna care about it.
Yeah, no, she don't. Yeah. She don't even want to touch it. She's like, that's dirty.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, well,
it is what it is. Yukon had said that JP Morgan is not gonna allow to buy crypto on the 16th, but there's an eclipse 2 days before that.
Of the heart.
Oh yeah, he better play that song on that day, Casey.
What am I doing?
Total eclipse of the heart.
Total eclipse of the heart. There's an eclipse next month.
On what day?
On the 14th.
On the 14th of next month?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, but whenever there's an eclipse, it feels weird.
That's so far out.
Outside?
That's so far out that I probably won't remember, and you'll have to remind me later. Oh. But it is time to take a look at the numbers. We're already 10 minutes past.
Oh, dear.
Sorry.
Another break?
Not yet. After the numbers. All right, let's take a look at the numbers here and see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 58.02% going through off exchange. Nope, 58.55% going through off exchange. EDGX at 11.03. The combined total 69.58%. That's about 7.58% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 1,713 shares. Not a whole lot. That's good. GME's CHX volume for the day is 500 shares. Not a whole lot. Also. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.74 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's dropped to 1.07 million shares now. It's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float a little bit to 12.73%. Cost per ends at 2.32. Average 4.22. Max 11.08. Shares on loan for the day today is at 26.16 million shares. That is 1.31 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that about 514,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been an $8.50 strike. As of an hour ago, there were 7.7 thousand contracts. It is now sitting at 9.9 thousand contracts, but we do have a very strong runner-up at $9 strikes, a $9 strike. On puts, highest amount of volume is at an $8 strike. There was 7.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 8,000 contracts. Market suggesting still a closing price between $8 and $8.50 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list here, and currently AMC is still on the list, but it has been bumped down the list here a little bit. 62.17% of our volume is buying volume, 37.83% of it's selling. Those are good numbers, but are a little bit down from where they were earlier this morning. GME did not make the list. SSR trigger price, $7.33. 3.7 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. 3.7 million shares is what's available to be borrowed currently. We've seen about 2.1, according to Sonko Tracker, borrowed so far. Much of it returned. NASDAQ is down 1.17. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second here, guys. I'm gonna start throwing this one in here, I think. Whoa, wait a minute. No, that's not what I want. Sorry, give me a second. Trying to... MMRI. I wanted to look at a quick update on it here, just to kind of see where it is, and it's already increased to 299.28, so it's getting ready to break that 300 threshold here. NASDAQ is down 1.16, Dow Jones down 0.8, S&P 500 down 1.05. We have 3,732 decliners to 2,321 advancers. The market's less advancing now, or more declining now than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers for the day today, plus or minus 2.75% or greater of a move. We have Silvergate down 7.69%, and everything else is probably within that range and not outside of it. Okay, yeah, most banks not showing stress yet. Ethereum Classic is down 0.66 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.15 and trending up. Oil is down 0.7 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.08 to 0.13 and starting to trend up, interestingly enough. SPY is down 1.1 and starting a little bit of a trend up. It hasn't really broken. Well, yeah, it's starting to trend up. VIX is up 9.94% at 1858. I think I've identified a daily ascending broadening wedge here, which means that if this were to break out of this wedge, this ascending broadening wedge, it should drop down to somewhere around 17.79 before the day's over, or thereabouts, I would imagine, before the day is over, and retest that, at which point it would have a 62% chance at seeing lower values. VBR is down 0.76. Oh, by the way, it's currently trending up. VBR is down 0.76 and trending down. VB is down 0.85, trending down. Tesla is up 0.04 and consolidating. Amazon is down 3.01 and starting a small trend back up again here. Cinemark is up 1.19 and consolidating with a slight uptrend. Doge is down 0.7 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.47, trending down. GME is down 3% and consolidating. HYMC is down 1.2 and consolidating. NCMI is down 1.28, consolidating. Hood is down 0.52, trending down. AMC is up 0.37 and starting a trend down after most of the morning market up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $1.1 million more outflow than inflow. 8.83 million shares traded so far after 167 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 20.62 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 20 and 40 million. I'm really wishing I'd gone 15 to 35, but on a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 54.21, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 54.8, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 52.34, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.57, which is slightly below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. Yeah, I think we need to get rid of the. Y'all are gonna just thanks. I think we need to get rid of the penny. I really do. I think it's pointless, and now I'm starting to feel like, what's the point in any kind of cash if nobody's gonna even take it anymore? But I know everybody else is probably going like, no, don't conform.
You know what the problem is? The problem is taxes. The problem is the percentage of tax. That's where the problem is. You get rid of taxes, you get rid of change.
I got an easy solution for that. I got a very easy solution. You round everything up.
Yeah, but who's losing? Why
the consumer
round it down?
The consumer, and it generates.
See what I'm saying?
It's an instant. It's an instant. What's the word I'm looking for here? It's an instant revenue booster, which would not necessarily be a good thing right now, but in the future it would be. It's actually a terrible idea. Right now it's a terrible idea. Yeah, it's a terrible idea right now, but back in the early 2000s, it was a great idea.
I mean, I still
you can't help but think that possibly part of it is this whole trend towards automation. I mean, employees are expensive, and the trend is to try to do away with them. I mean, robots are here. I mean, like it or not, it's become a reality. And many businesses are looking for any ways they can to eliminate the human element and boost profits. I'm not arguing the merits or the morality of it. I'm just stating a fact.
Well, yeah, I would say there's two different things with that. One is they still had somebody at the cashier that would take the cash. They just had to come off the other, they're like a manager that's like dealing with the food, or they're the ones that are at the window for the drive-in or whatever. The thing is, Walmart does it the best, where they actually you can actually put coins and cash into the machine. So you can bring all your coins to Walmart and they'll take it.
But they charge you. Don't they charge you? They charge you a fee.
No, they don't. No.
Those coin redemption machines, I thought, charge a fee.
No, not the coin redemption machine. Just the checkout. Go to the self-checkout. I've bought like $5 of change before and just put it in there and didn't even buy something at the time. I was buying something else, and then after I finished buying it with my card or whatever, then I put my money in there and I got my $5 in bills.
And did you give them any paper clips, rubber bands, or anything else from the jar of coins?
Yeah.
No, because it wasn't like that, but yeah.
They value the metal.
I was hearing a little Alex Jones voice there. Tech we love. You got a little nice rasp there.
You got a little frog? You got a little frog in there or what?
No, I don't know. It's just my
Why genetics. A yellow frog? I don't get it. Why a yellow? I don't understand.
What's yellow frog?
Who said yellow?
You did.
Oh.
I said you got a. Did I say you got a yellow frog in there?
I heard yellow frog.
He said little frog.
Oh, little frog, yeah. Little. Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm like, come on.
I swore you said yellow frog. I don't know. It's like, what?
It's not vocal fry.
You've got a little frog, a yellow frog. That's a good one.
I swear you said yellow. I was like, what the hell is it?
I did say yellow after.
He said yucca frog.
You got a yucca frog in there?
You have a yucca frog in your throat. Yeah. Well, I think the government probably has done its calculations, right, on how much money they lose in cash transactions that are from maybe laundered or whatever money, and who knows.
But no, but I think that's a false flag argument.
You think so? Okay.
Yes, I mean totally. I mean, how much money is used in war profiting? You know,
That's
like.
true. I guess maybe it's more so the cost of production of the currency.
I don't even think that. I think that. I'm sorry. I think all that's all bunk. You know.
Hogwash.
That's the cost of.
Hey, all you guys!
Of existence.
I want everybody to unsubscribe right now because I think like it's so funny. Like I don't know if you guys were reading the chat in here. This guy's like, I said, hey, please no other stock. Actually, I probably didn't say please. You know, I did say. I said, please no other stock tickers unless related to a market move or AMC. And he's like, he says whatever later, unsubscribe piece, and it's like, dude, you don't understand. I'm unmonetized. Like it literally makes no difference who's subscribed or not unsubscribed. Put a thumbs down button on your way out, please. It doesn't matter. It makes no difference. Zero. It makes zero difference. I'm still going to be here doing what I'm doing regardless of you being here or not. I'm still going to be doing this. That's so funny.
Why are you gay?
It's so crazy. Oh my gosh. Currently, we're getting a little bit of a bump down here, down 0.49% and $8.11.
Yeah, it's just to get rid of the bots. So.
Yeah, well, the stock ticker part was originally it was get rid of like just kind of like random advertisements of their stocks. But it also became more than that too, because I know there's a lot of attempts to try and change the narrative away from specifically like AMC to talking about some of the other stock tickers that were being pushed upon us and told that we
Yeah, I was saying it's just harder for anybody's like bot algorithm to have to subscribe to.
Yeah.
I mean, Casey, I've taken sabbaticals and stepped away, and then I forgot, and I didn't know we weren't talking other tickers, but I respect that, and so I just I obviously I'm in other plays and stuff, but it's cool.
Which is totally acceptable. It's not like I'm telling you don't trade other stuff. I'm just saying this isn't that place. It's like I'm here talking about other stuff. That's what I want to talk. I don't want to talk about all the other distractions. Actually, one of the main reasons why I started the Discord was because I felt like a lot of people wanted to talk about things other than AMC, and so I started the Discord so that people could say whatever they wanted to talk about in regards to other stock tickers in there. Like I've never made that a rule on the Discord at all. Like talk about whatever you want to in there. Literally, there's never been a rule on that, and so I think it's kind of funny though. It's just like just respect it here kind of thing, and it's like, oh no, it's the end of the world. No, just don't feel like talking about other stocks. That's all. Don't need advertisements for things that I think are just kind of advertisements, essentially. Let me come and pump my stock over here on your channel about AMC. Nah, how about no? William says, I did the same thing 2 months ago and came back a week later for the tramp. Everybody, you can't resist the tramp. Nobody can resist the tramp. It just keeps you coming back for more.
Yeah. Funny what we put up with these dang wives sometimes.
The five wives.
Resistance is futile.
That's right.
It's either you put up with the five wives or the five wives.
Take your pick.
Fleshlight will only get you so far. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Did you know? Fun, interesting fact. Those are made here in Austin, Texas.
What? The 5 wives?
No, the fleshlights.
Oh.
Another fun, interesting fact. One of my coworkers used to work for them, and in fact, my bosses hired him on because they thought his interview was so funny that one of the interviewers didn't know what a fleshlight was, and so was asking a lot of questions about his work history. And the other coworkers thought that my other bosses thought that that was really funny that the other one didn't know, and so so they were watching him squirm and having to talk about what it was that he did for a living, and that's one of the reasons why they said they hired him. They thought he was so funny, and I was like, great. He ended up being a absolutely wonderful guy, but when they told me the story, I was like, this is the guy I'm going to be training? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, thanks a lot for hiring him because you thought he was funny that he worked for a place that made, male counterparts. Thanks a lot. But he was a great guy. He was really smart, and he ended up, I probably shouldn't say his name, but it's Edgar. Edgar and I got along really well, and he was a good guy.
Since we're on that note, do you have a belly button pierce?
No, never have. What does that have to do with?
Guys do.
What would that have to do with fleshlights?
Well, you said male counterparts.
So confused.
He wasn't hired for his ability to segue. He's not. That's not his function.
I'm so confused.
So the male counterpart, belly button piercing, they go hand in hand. And it derails everything, so.
Are you thinking about getting a male?
Please refrain from.
Go ahead.
Refrain from putting people's counterparts in your hand, please. At least not in the back of the big truck.
I am so confused, but I'll run with it. Sure, okay. Nope, but never had one.
Because
So no belly button piercing, no nipple piercing.
No piercings ever.
Ever.
Okay, Yucca, I'll get my nipples pierced. You can get your nipples pierced when we hit 90 and his beard comes off. How does that sound? You just wanted somebody in the bandwagon with you, buddy. I got you.
Yeah, I'm not really fond of the idea of piercing, so I'll probably avoid that.
I'm not either, nor do I have any tattoos, but I must add, if I were to go down that road, I think I would lean towards like getting the nose ring and then the earring and then have the gold chain that runs between them. That would be...
So some dude can come up to you in a drunken bar fight and just rip it right out. That's exactly what I've always wanted to do.
This is a modern pirate.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're going to do something, go all in. Sticking my toe in the water, I'm going to jump in head first.
Well, I say that about skiing, but usually I'm in reference to crashing and burning when I'm skiing. So I guess I kind of sort of know what you mean.
Yeah, I hit my head on a tree once skiing.
Oh, yeah.
Before the helmet days.
Oh, yeah, awesome. That's good times. How did we ever survive before helmets? I have no idea.
I don't know.
Either we were maybe we were just less risky. Maybe that's what it was.
Less risky, but y'all were drinking from the water hose out front? How's that not less risky?
I know. That's why I'm saying. I remember landing on my head a few times skiing, and that's why I always said go big or don't go at all.
If you're gotta pick them hose, right, man? You don't just grab any hose off the wreck. You gotta get one of them hose that's safe to drink from.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we were definitely checking to make sure the hose was good first. I remember that.
Safe for drinking hose.
I felt like it was more of a, you didn't really care what hose, you just let the water run first, and then you didn't put your mouth on it. That was pretty much the two rules that you followed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to think about how many, you leave that hose out there, let it sit in the bake in the sun for a little bit. No chemicals. That's fine.
I went to South Korea for 3 weeks on a training. Well, actually, it wasn't training. It was more for a research and development work trip. And while we were there, we had we had escorts. Not that kind of escorts, but we had escorts. And
Come on, baby.
it started snowing out, and I love snow. I absolutely love snow. I tilted my head back and started to try and catch snowflakes in my mouth as it was freshly starting to snow. And one of the escorts nearly tackled me and told me not to do that. To which I was just, I completely didn't understand what was the problem, and I had no idea that like acid rain is a problem over there, apparently. So you don't eat snowflakes, apparently, when you're in places like South Korea.
Huh?
Just throwing that out there.
What's up?
He was.
But it reminded me.
Rain?
Acid rain.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I heard that one wrong.
Yeah.
I thought you said acid rain.
Ass rain.
Ass
rain.
Acid rain.
Yeah, it's ass rain, essentially. But it reminded me of the hose thing because, I mean, we didn't care about, the people. We would just squirt each other in the faces with the hoses when we were kids.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, so you don't want to be snowballing, with your head tilted back. Not
No,
knowing what you're
yeah,
doing.
no, yeah. Man. Dennis Leary said, men in my generation didn't have piercings because it was just one more thing for your dad to grab onto when he was pissed off at you. We're getting a little bit of a downtrend here. It looks like we're kind of moving a little bit with the market right now, down 8.06%, or either that the market's improving. Let's see. It's probably the latter. It's probably the market's improving. Yep, the market's slowly coming up. So we're moving a little bit down here, down 1.04% for the day today, $8.06. I am going to go to break, guys. It's that time.
All right, enjoy.
Max says Casey's a pimp on a blimp. What does that mean? Oh man, Frank says I was a ski instructor for 7 years now. I only get to go every other year living in Florida. Dude, I feel for you, man. That's rough. All right.
See you in a little bit.
Your laugh was a confirmation. Okay. I don't even know what the hell that means. Pimp on a blimp? What does that mean, guys? Can you tell me what that means? Hold on a second. I'm an Urban Dictionary.
You're a pimp. You're a pimp on a blimp.
Does that mean I'm a fat? Does that mean I'm a fat pimp? Is that what that means?
No, you're flying. Do you know what a blimp is?
Yeah, they're fat balloons.
A balloon that you're flying around pimping everybody.
Oh,
that's what I get.
Is he saying that you're full of a bunch of hot gas?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me.
I thought it meant like chubby chaser.
A chubby chaser?
Are you gassy?
Wait. Why can't I think of the stupid name of the website? Urban Dictionary.
Pornhub.
Urban Dictionary.
So, does this mean that the food dog is worth more now that he's not back in the back of the tramp often now?
Wait,
he's gone in value.
I looked up pimp on a blimp, and it took me straight to Pimp Blimp. And it says the blimp in which pimp rides used to transport hose. See also
Ooh.
Pimpmobile, otherwise known as the Big Tramp. I'm just teasing. It does not say anything about a Big Tramp.
Transport what?
Hose.
What do you?
Oh, like outdoor hoses.
Yeah. Outdoor hoses.
I like those. Yeah.
You can't.
It would appear that Pantheon has some work to do lettering. He has to add AKA the pimp blimp on the side of the van.
Use Google.
Also known as.
All right, hold on a second here.
Pimping.
Pimp on a blimp. I did use Google initially, and it just shows a T-shirt. There's a T-shirt. I don't see anything on it. Pimp on a blimp. I see T-shirts. That's it. Prime time with Alex Stein. Pimp on a blimp shirt. Who the hell is Alex Stein? I don't even know who that is.
So he's related to Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Who is Alex Stein? Alex Stein. American right-wing YouTube personality known for disrupting local government meetings, controlling both politicians. He was born in 1986. I got him beat by 10 years. He's only 37. Yeah, I don't know. It just says a freak right-wing media figure sexually harassed Representative Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. I don't know what on video this week while she was walking to work. That's not me. I would not do that.
I wouldn't do that either.
Yeah. I would laugh and joke about doing it, but never actually do it. No, I probably wouldn't even laugh and joke about doing it. Maybe I would. I don't know. It depends on the situation. I probably would not do that. I'd like to think that I wouldn't do it. Have you guys seen this? I got to show this to you. This has been showing up on my... I got it before I go to break here. I got to show this to you. I've been seeing this on my... this is one of the ads that's been popping up on Twitter. These you can buy these like prosthetic fangs that you can put in your mouth, and you use your tongue to like make the fangs come out. Kind of looks legit, but I'm sure like once you buy it, it's probably like just a piece of garbage.
Garbage.
Yeah.
China
You
plastic.
get a topic. Those are the real ones. Those ones off of online. Those ones are cheaply made.
Yeah. I'm imagining being in a room with these people as they're making these videos, like just sitting there watching them make these faces as they're putting their things out. It's just funny.
I don't want to see it on dudes, though.
You don't like that?
That's my thing.
You'd rather see the her
I don't want to see
face.
it. I don't want to see men. No.
Her face is the priceless one. Yeah.
I do like the Ahiago look, though. Would they turn their eyes inside?
Yeah. This needs to be memed somehow. This has to be a meme. When your vampire goes full derp to der. There it is right there. My vampire just went full derp to der, guys. Help me quick. When your beer goggles aren't working anymore and your date just turned into a vampire. Oh man. Those are funny. Anyways. I will see you
9 out of
guys.
10 guys would destroy it.
I will see you guys at 12. Let's make it 12:15. I'm going to leave it a little late. I'll just make it 12:10. I'll be back at 12:10.
Gotcha. See you later.
All right, later.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Real Rugged. Thank you. Let me get the message up on the screen here. Alrighty. Never go full vamp regard. That's right. Never. Alrighty, see you guys in a bit. Looks like AMC may be turning in the other direction here, getting a little bit more frisky going up here. It seems like maybe we did hit the Bollinger Band on the way down, and likely we should see a return to at least the simple moving average. Back to 814, it looks like. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let's check out what we got going on for numbers. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in there. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to have a secondary device signed up to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea, as you never know when you something may happen to your primary device, and you'll need to have that backup to get into your account. All right. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting with off-exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, we got 59.59% going through off-exchange, EDGX at 11.14. The combined total is 70.73, or about 7.73% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 2,245 shares, not a whole lot of volume going on there. And GME CHX volume is 800 shares, also not a lot of volume. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.07 million shares having been borrowed. It is now at a borrowing of 1.83 million shares so far for the day today. That's going to have the effect of raising the short-term interest of the free float to 12.9. Cost borrow mins at 2.32, average is 4.17, max is 11.08. Shares on loan for the day today is at 26.16 million shares. That is 1.31 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 514,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $8.50 strike. There was 9.9 thousand contracts. 9.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 12.2. Highest amount of put volume for the day is at an $8 strike. An hour ago, there was 8,000 contracts. There's now 9.5. Market suggesting still that there was going to be a closing price somewhere between $8 and $8.50 by the end of the day. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, I'm only looking for AMC and GME on this list here. AMC is still on the list, but in the last position here. 64.26% buy to 35.74% sell ratio. I did not see GME on this list here. Trigger price for SSR is $7.33. Shares available to borrow showing up at 3.5 million shares. That is a recent change in shares having been borrowed. Looks like we're at 2.3 million shares borrowed so far for the day. Is a little bit more than yesterday. Fees currently at 2.8%. NASDAQ is down 1.08. Dow Jones is down 0.83. S&P 500 down 1.03. We have 3,858 decliners to 2,239 advancers. The market is less or more declining now than it was an hour ago. Getting close to being on hot lava fire. Not quite yet, though. Big bank movers for the day today. We have Silvergate down 7.69. Everything is turned red for banks. Getting close here on Schwab to being read off. Not yet, though. Still underneath 2.75. Ethereum Classic is down 0.6%, and it looks like it was trying to break a downtrend, but I'd say it's still on a down. It's kind of consolidating currently. I'm going to go with consolidating. DXY is up 0.17 and trending up at 106.17. Oil is down 0.84 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.06 to 0.11 and slight trends up on both. SPY is down 1.11 and starting to reverse back down the other direction. Had a momentary consolidation, a quick dropout, and then a quick rise back up. Seems to be getting more and more volatile. That's not actually true. It's actually getting less volatile than what it was earlier this morning. Be interesting to see if we hit 425 by the end of the day. We're already down 4.77 points. VIX is up 7.81. It did drop out of the ascending parallel channel, or ascending broadening wedge. I don't know what I said. This should come down and touch roughly around around 1781. Never quite got there. At least not yet, anyways. I mean, I would say the trend's already starting to trend back up here. And if it never actually even manages to fall down to that point, then this was a very temporary attempt to try and get VIX to probably change in the other direction and failed. I did notice while I was on break, it started to launch here for a second and then got cooled off real quick. VBR is down 0.96 and trending down. VB is down 0.94 and trending slightly down. Tesla is down 0.42, trending down. Amazon is down 2.85 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 0.66 and trending down. Doge is down 0.83, trending down. Bitcoin down 0.27, trending, consolidating. GME is down 2.89, slight trend up. Very, very slight. HYMC is down 1.14, trending down. NCMI is down 1.6, trending down. Hood is down 0.46 and consolidating. AMC is down 2.76 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. We have approximately $1.7 million more outflow than inflow. 11.39 million. Let's just call it 11.4 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 232 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 19.16 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 20 to 40 million. Looking like my predictions are not going to be accurate, especially with another hour of downwards volume. We don't normally tend to see volume starting to pick up for at least another hour or maintaining at least steady levels of volume. Looks like I'm going to be on the short side. We might see aftermarket hours provide enough volume to hit 20. I'm not going to count on it, though. More than likely going to be off. On a 40-minute or a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI at 47.74, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 43.92, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 38.14, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 29.19, signaling oversold. No news. I want to get rid of some of these notifications just because I can't stand seeing them. All right, heading back over to the back of the Big Tramp. Wake up. Put on a little makeup. Thank you, thank you. Treetop says the market cap is 1.25 billion right now. No justification for a price drop. Actually, you know what? It should be more than that. it should be more than 1.26. Because remember, we added shares. So 40 million to be exact. So if you multiply it out by, I'm just going to roughly do an estimate here. This is you guys got to be really, really careful. Just don't take information that's given to you without double checking, especially when there's easy math involved. Take the total amount of shares outstanding for the free float, and I said outstanding. I should have said free float. Take those shares for the free float, divide it by. Actually, it is outstanding that you would do it by. So the 198 that I'm giving to you is not the full outstanding amount. It's a little more, but it's close enough. And we're going to multiply it by the price, share price, and son of a gun. Hold on a second. Fat finger. 1.57 is the market cap, actually, but your point still holds. There is no rhyme or reason for this price movement, other than the fact that the whole market's just getting hosed right now. Hello, Joel says, so thoughts if the price jumps back up north of 814 today, this drop was likely to grab shares from stop limits, sign that they're looking to find shares. Some of it, I think it's probably more for derivatives related reasons, if I had to guess, which is kind of also saying the same thing you're saying. Roseanne says 2 hours ago, Bigham's put up a post about J.P. Morgan trafficking 1 million people, including children. Fined 75 million in Virgin Islands. You know, I was playing a video last night. I usually will play like a YouTube video and then I'll take a shower or something like that. And when I got out of the shower, another YouTube video had started up. And it was an interview between Jim Cramer, which I have no idea why it would switch to that for video, but because I don't watch anything at Jim's, and an unknown person. I wasn't sure who it was because I didn't recognize the voice. Turned out that it ended up being the whole time it was a banker. I knew it was a banker. I wasn't sure who it was, the CEO for what bank it was. But he sounded like he was smaller business, but it wasn't because I figured out what it was later. But it was real funny because Kramer was pumping the guy like he wanted him to run for president. And it was Jamie Dimon. And the way that he was talking was all about like supporting the little guy the whole time through the entire phone call, or not phone call, but talk interview. And I felt dirty having listened to it afterwards, just knowing what he's all about for real versus the stroke fest that I was listening to. But J.P. Morgan, quite the bunch, huh? Yes, Treetop, that is correct. And most of them won't report the correct amount of shares until the end of the month. That's typically when they do their recalculations. And since the shares they weren't sold until they weren't finished selling. They started selling them from the 6th until the 13th. And since most of those shares were sold within this month, most brokers don't start reporting a change in those numbers until the end of the month or the beginning of the new month. Which is why all of those are incorrect. Attendees plus plus is saying TD's 1.3, Public's 1.29. Yeah, we know that there's more shares than that though. So this is why I don't rely on any of these brokers to give me an accurate market cap. It's a really simple formula. It's just simply outstanding shares times the price. And that's it. It's real simple. You know, Tyler, as I was listening to him talk, you know, it was a word salad of things that I wanted to hear. But when I found out who it was, and I was thinking the same thing myself, I was going like, this guy should, I don't know who this is. This guy should run for president because it was telling me everything I wanted to hear. And then when I listened to or when I looked up to see who it was that was on the video, and saw that who it was, I was like, oh crap, I can't believe I felt dirty, man. I felt super, super dirty. And yeah, I feel like politicians these days, they just tell you what it is that you want to hear, and that's essentially what it was I was listening to. That's right. That's right, Tendies. Here, I'll play it for you. Censor content, man. How's it going?
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He fucked up.
Censor content.
Oh, good morning.
How you doing today?
Oh, pretty good.
Do you remember any of his smart ass little quips that he would say?
That's not where that goes. Fuck.
Beady beady beady.
Hello, neighbor.
I feel like Twinkie was kind of like the Quagmire of of Buck Rogers. You know, instead of going giggity giggity, you'd go beady beady beady. He was popular before Quagmire became a thing. I can't even find. I'm trying to look up some of the quotes. I feel like I need to go. I want to go back and rewatch those. I'm gonna have to see if I can find old replays of those. Let me see here. Where to watch Buck Rogers? I used to love that as a show as a kid. Oh, Prime Video? I hope it's free. No kidding.
Casey, did you like the movie The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
No.
Didn't care for that, huh?
I don't. It was too weird. It was just so all over the place that I just had a hard. And
it was all over the place.
I normally like sci-fi, like a lot, and so I was really kind of surprised that I was having such a difficult time keeping up with it. Yeah, 42, the number. It's the answer for everything, right? 42. My wife always says blue 42. I don't know what she's talking about. Yucca, if only Yucca were here right now. Bob says...
I thought that movie was pretty good.
Did you?
Considering the book that it was written on, which was also all over the place.
Bob says the book was better. Oh, wait a minute.
The book's always better.
I gotta go show you guys. The towel that my wife bought at Tenacious D concert. Wait, I'll be right back.
I tell you, I used to think I was a master of trivia, movie trivia specifically, but between you, Censor Content, and Frank Lehman, I think I'm Bush League, man.
Yeah,
You guys,
Frank Lehman's pretty awesome.
yeah, I got to give it to him, man. I don't think he's been stumped on anything. And don't sell yourself short, man.
All right. So first off, anybody know what this is? When you see this attached to a rag, you should know what that is. If you're a golfer, these are very
on your golf bag.
Yeah, these are typically golf. So this is a golf rag. Here's the beginning portion of it. What the hell? My wife said, "We got to get that."
Everything else is just a cum rag. That's nice.
Yeah, we. So now we're proud owners of this rag. Let's see here. Way to go, Tenacious D. Way to go. Albert says that's a shower curtain ring. If you're in a shower, you're not going to need one of those. Careful how you clean your shaft with that. People will get the wrong idea. Why golf has so many different things that you can say in there that are probably just sound like they could be inappropriate for just everyday talk. I have no idea.
Fairly heavy with the innuendo, isn't it?
It is. Working in the engineering field, I find that that's a very common theme, actually. It's very innuendo related. Did I ever tell you guys about the consumables story?
No, I don't think you have.
No. In CMP, one of the areas that I worked in one of the fabs that I was at, and it stands for chemical mechanical planarization. They have pads that they have to they're consumables that they have to replace every so often as they bald, as they're used for polishing things, specifically wafers. But anyways, that's besides the point. They call them pads, and that's just what they were called. They were called pads. And so we had this somewhat pretty technician who was working in there who didn't like the fact that she had to go to the equipment technicians and tell them that the pads were balding and that they needed to change them, because they just thought that was very inappropriate for a workplace. And so we had to change the name to consumables for whenever. Yeah, it was.
I wish you were joking. This is giving me a headache just hearing it. I so wish you were joking about this.
I'm not. I'm really not joking at all. So we had to start calling them consumables from then on. It was time to change the consumables instead of changing the pads, but they were literally called pads. So polishing pads. That's what they were. But somebody got a little uptight about the fact that they were called pads, and it changed everything.
It isn't the fact that she asked for it that troubles me. It's the fact that they complied. That's what really blows my mind.
Yeah.
Just I want somebody to look these people straight in their face and say, "Fucking go back to your job. Just go do your job."
So there might have been a little bit of a side story here that I'm not telling. Like she may have gone up to one of the guys and he said, "Let me guess, you need your pads changed."
Fair enough. Okay.
But nonetheless, he was not trying to make any references. It's just that whenever she always came to him for something, it was always to let him know that he needed to do work. And so he was like, "Oh, let me guess, the pads need to be changed." And so she just it went sideways. So yeah, it was thrown way out of context. But still,
even so,
still,
but still.
There may have been a common problem that might have been occurring at that time that made her self-conscious as to why he said that. Who knows? I don't know for sure.
Just imagine if all that energy and passion was directed towards something productive, like improving the product or improving efficiencies throughout the day that would result in higher productivity or any number of things. Just something on the positive side. Just imagine how much better things could be.
Mm-hmm. Jason said, asking TD Ameritrade about float in chat, and they sent me a link to the Wall Street Journal saying they don't know anything about the situation. Yeah, they won't. They'll figure it out when everything gets changed at the end of the month. Even though there's a SEC filing stating the fact that those 40 million shares were sold into the market, of course they know nothing about it. Gina says, I used to throw pad boxes at my boys in the grocery store. See, and
I love her. I don't even know her.
I know.
I love her.
This is the kind of sense of humor you must have. You must have this kind of sense of humor. And I bet you those guys probably dodged those things like they were bullets. Like they were going to get a case of the heebie-jeebies if they hit them. That's pretty funny. One time I was standing in front of a tool and I was working on one of the polishers and changing a polishing time on it, and and all of a sudden I hear the guy in the back room go, "Son of a bitch," and then all of a sudden I hear the smack, and then my screen goes completely blank and the tool just stops doing anything. And so I mosey my way onto the back in the chase where he was doing the pad change, and I looked at him and I said, "You hit the EMO button, didn't you?" And he goes, "Fuck!" He just laid a big old huge F-bomb, and he's like, "I think I threw the pad, and it flew like a frisbee and hit your EMO button." I'm like, "Oh, son of a gun!" Which causes all kind of crazy.
For those of us who don't know, what does EMO stand for?
Emergency something off. Emergency manual off. Yeah, emergency manual off, I think is what it stands for.
I understand that. I have my friend who does demolition was in a rather large factory in the Cincinnati area tearing something down, and they were giving him his briefing, and they showed him a button on the wall. They said, if things go wrong, and for whatever reason there's a real bad emergency, hit this button.
Right.
He said, what's it do? And they said, well, it stops the entire plant. And the guy looks at him, he says, by the way, you don't want to be the guy that hits that button.
Yeah. That's every one of the tool sets that I've ever. Every tool set that I've ever worked on has always had EMO buttons all over the place on the tools, because there are all kinds of crazy parts in there that'll kill you. And if something terrible should happen, and so there's EMO buttons everywhere on. I mean, you can't look at the thing without seeing at least one or two, and so yeah, it's just real unfortunate that he managed to hit it with the pad. Tech We Love, it should be plus 40 million to that number. The exact number that I have, based off the last AMC filing, is, let me see here, 198,382,446. 198,382,446 shares should be the correct number. You're welcome. The O probably stands for override, not off. I don't know. Who cares? It's the big red button that turns the power off. It shuts down. It just completely shuts off all power. It's like the main circuit breaker, essentially. It acts like one. It is opposite of the easy. Wait. Hold on a second. Frank, I got this. This one's just for you, Frank.
That was easy.
Hey, AP, what's going on? Emergency stop, essentially. Yeah, e-stop. I always had this like weird fascination that like one day I would quit working at a plant like that, and I would run down every single bay and hit those buttons on my way out. Just because, even though it would cause millions and millions of dollars worth of production loss. It was just this.
Yeah, I think there might be the general idea that you can just turn the button back on and start everything back up. But
No.
It doesn't work that way.
No.
You've got liquids that are becoming solids inside of pipelines. You have contamination going. You have all manner of problems.
Yes, absolutely. There's it is an absolute nightmare to have a system completely shut down, powered off. There's typically shutdown processes or procedures that we have to go through to properly shut them down, and to just go in there and hit a major, massive power off is very detrimental. And
It's like parking your concrete truck for the rest of the day. You're on your way to the job. You got a full load of wet concrete, and they just park the truck for about 8 to 10 hours. See how it works out.
Even after bringing the tool back up, they still have to go through a regiment of qualifications that has to be done to verify that the tool's in good working order before it can even be used for production again. So and that can take time. That takes time too. So. AMC Go Boom Boom says, can you go over the SPY chart, please? Support levels. There is none. There's no support. I have
nothing.
And it's a big F bomb is what it is. So if I take you out to a daily on the SPY, 426, huh? Not going to quite hit. I don't think it's going to hit my 423 in the time frame that I had suggested. And it looks like my Fibonacci's are not set up as yellow. Hold on one second. I normally have these set up to the right color, but right now... All right. Next level of support that I see for the SPY is going to be probably somewhere around 419 is going to be the next level of support. And I'm kind of thinking that there's going to be there. This is so. All right. Hold on a second. I'm throwing my tinfoil hat on here. The tinfoil hat is on. Just in case you don't believe me, there it is. There's the tinfoil hat is on. My conquistador tinfoil hat. I don't think I showed this to you guys yet because I wasn't really satisfied with some of the analysis that I was doing on this, and I thought, there's a chance here that this is wrong. And so I hadn't really kind of put this out for everybody to see, but now since I'm showing this to you, 433 was the major number that we needed to surpass in order to see this continue to fall. We just completed a very nice ascending broadening wedge, and the retest of that ascending broadening wedge would have been at 433, and we broke the 433 no problem. Did come back up and retest it, almost tried to retest it a second time, and that's where we're starting to see the fallout to lower lows, which is that 62% chance that you would end up seeing have happen. And so sure enough, we're kind of moving down here, and I think you see this line in here that I've got in here, and I think that the downwards momentum that we're going to have, or that we're going to see, is probably going to last this period of time on this downwards trend. And I don't know how steep of a trend this is going to be. It's not going to be sideways the whole. It's not going to be straight down the whole time. I don't think it'll do stair steps on its way down and whatnot. I'm not suggesting this is where it ends either. I'm actually suggesting it's going to end down here in the probably closer to the 400 range. But this time frame for this drop on the SPY is probably, if this head and shoulders is correct, that we're getting right now, from a daily perspective, I think there's a very strong chance that we see. I might have this a little bit too low here. It's probably a little bit better. There's a very, I mean, that's really not that much of it. I moved it up to 406 from 395 to 406. There's probably a strong chance that we're going to see price moving down into that 400 range, and then we're going to get consolidation around 400, leading up to probably around the end of January. Ironically, maybe I did show this to you guys. I don't remember if I did or not. But what I think is really kind of ironic about this is that the date for the end of this head and shoulders happens to be right around the anniversary, the 2-year anniversary of GME. And I think there might be some leaps that may be tied into this. There might be some kind of swap leaps or something. I'm not sure what exactly. And it's really kind of one of those things where it's like, if this plays out the way that I'm thinking it plays out, we see like an absolute just tanking of the SPY starting around the end of January, at which point we would be going back down and retesting some of these lower levels down here around 366 and 356, and more than likely probably seeing something much, much lower. If I had to guess how low it might be, maybe 300. Let me see if there's a level of support and resistance at 300. Yeah, about 300. Either 300 or 285, thereabouts. Low volume and price descending is bullish. It is. But I wouldn't say that what we've had on this price movement over the last few days is lowering volume. In contrast to what we've been seeing from the past, it was actually higher volume. So while we're currently getting on the current trend down lower volume, compared to the past, it's still pretty elevated volume. And you can tell right now, based off of our current pace of 48 million shares having been traded so far on SPY after, well, let's see here, we're at 264 minutes in trading. We're on pace for about 70 million shares traded by the end of the day today on SPY. And if that's going to be the case, we'll be looking at pretty similar volume to what we had yesterday. And that is definitely higher volume. If you look at the average volume from the past here, it's not falling volume. But yeah, falling price and falling volume is definitely bullish. Or bearish. Sorry, bullish. Bullish. Falling price, falling volume. If it's the way I always remember it is if the volume and the price are moving in the same direction, it's bullish. All right, tinfoil hat off. Jason says, what's up with 792 on AMC? It could be a support, a level of support that we've got, more than likely. Kenny's not going anywhere.
You know, it'd be funny, Casey.
Yeah.
Is if we had like, not that I'm suggesting this, not suggesting it. Okay. There's like the 69 buying mafia. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just like, bam, bam, bam. We just kind of like destroy that order book with them 69 orders. 69. You know, you just see 6 9s just show up on the level 2, like blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That'd be sweet.
That would be cool. Unfortunately, they probably wouldn't show up. But that would be cool.
Oh, yeah. Pretty cool.
Hello, Joel. You're welcome. Kenny's G says VIX is trying to touch the clouds. VIX currently 18.67, 10.47% up for the day today. I want to take you back, guys, out here. I want to zoom out a little bit on the VIX and kind of show you something in regards to I had a breakout box, or actually this wasn't really supposed to be a breakout box, but it was supposed to be a box suggesting that there was going to be a retest of 35 potentially inside this box somewhere in here. So it looks like I might have been a little bit early on this. But what I want you to really see here is that there's been a very solid trend that's been repeated over and over and over, and we're breaking past that right now, that trend, as we speak. And when this does break past this, and notice that, I mean, we're talking like this trend's been supported multiple times. There we go. I didn't have it touching over here. It's been supported and touched off of multiple times, 1, 2, 3 points, and now we're starting to break that. We had a test yesterday, and now we're starting to push past this. And by tomorrow, and if you look at the TTM squeeze down here, you can see that the momentum on this is only building. This doesn't have the signs of slowing down as of yet. It's building quite rapidly, and if it busts through this line right here, and seeing a tag of 35 before this Fibonacci retracement is very, very, very possible. Another retest of that 35 range. Busting through 35 would be catastrophic to the market. But one thing I also want to show you is if I go back in time here and we look back to perhaps going into the COVID, we had something very, very similar happening during that period of time in COVID, where we had multiple touch points on a trend down. This trend actually wasn't started back here on the first touch, what appears to be the first touch point, but was actually a much, much larger point back in 2018, where the height had been seen. That was the starting point. Here's the secondary touching point right here, and that's not even where I've got the line touching to. I've got it touching to this one here for the line drawn. You can see multiple touching points here, and the final breakthrough of this occurred with kind of a little bit of a trend up here. It went past 16, and then crept down below 16, and then once it crept back up above 16 again, it just absolutely started taking off. And breaking through 35 was lickety split. It took a total of once it really broke past this line solidly, it really took about 5 days tops for us to know that it was, the market was in severe volatility enough to where it was going to be problems. So, if this breaks past at this point right here, we could see a little dancing around first, similar to what we saw back here, where it tries to break past it but doesn't quite make it, and then a few weeks down the road, it reattempts one more time and then finally makes the breakout here. We could see something very similar to that, or we might just see a clean break, and this just starts skyrocketing towards 35.
Bad touch, stranger danger.
That scared the shit out of me. I didn't jump though. Anyways. We only see the stonk tracker. Just a heads up. Oh, wait, you should have been seeing... You should have been able to see what I was showing you.
Yeah, I think it was on his end, Casey. Everything looked fine from what I could see.
Okay. When I was talking about the bottom indicator, I mean, I could put it on the full page. I don't know that it'll help any, but... I don't know which bottom indicator you're talking about. And I don't remember talking about bottom indicator.
The TTM sequential. I don't think he could see it.
Oh, the TTM sequential. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, TTM sequential right down here. No signs. Now, the vortex indicator, on the other hand, does show a little bit of slowing down here. You can see the hooks on this a little bit where it's starting to kind of slow. It's showing signs of slowing down, which if we go back a little bit and look at prior to COVID, did that happen on the first breakout? Like, was there hesitation, or was there separation on buying and selling pressure, and then it hesitating? And absolutely there was. It broke out and then started to come down. You could see it actually crossed over for a little bit, but very immediately thereafter went right back into a period of oh shit, we're in trouble. But you can see, look at the on the TTM squeeze. Look at the aggression of this wave in contrast to like other things that are on the screen here, right? Pretty aggressive. Like, you can, as I zoom out, we're looking, the time span in here is like almost a full year on this page right now. So the aggression on that was really, really intensified, and you can see what was happening. And if you come back in and you just take a look at where we're at right now, what's this aggression look like currently in contrast to some of the other things that we've seen in the recent past? Is this more aggressive, less aggressive? Well, last time we touched 35, I'd say it's at least aggressive as that. I think we should be seeing a retest at 35 here, not too far from now. No, it's okay, Carol. If you couldn't see, I wanted to try and help you so you could see it. That's all good. Sam says, "What price does AMC need to hit to shave your head?" Just the beard. I'm not shaving my head. I've done that. There was a period of time in my life where I shaved my head, and when I was doing triathlons and stuff, and I don't want to go back to that. Those were back in the days when I was trying to save a lot of money because I was a single income family and I was pulling the income. And I'm just I like having hair. My wife likes it too. He's so Kramer's certified. Although I don't know if his I think his certification may have ran out, but I'm not certain of that. But I know that he is certified in, or used to be certified in ways where he could give financial advice. So I think it's okay, provided that he discloses what his positions are. Although I heard a while back that his certifications ran out. Yeah, 90 for the beard. 90 for the beard, nothing for the head. I'm not doing it. How about just the eyebrows? What the hell is this? Income. Albert, I need to write that on her rag that she bought. I need to write income on there. I like it. $100 for booty. All right. Well, it's time to take a look at the numbers, since we're all trying to con me into doing some kind of, and I say con because I don't have any doubt that we'll be hitting numbers like that. But I'm not committing. I'm only committing to shaving the beard. The beard was a bet for myself and to myself only. So I think you guys would be easily winning if I were to make bets at $100 to shave my butt. That's so dumb. Shave my butt. My goodness, you guys are crazy. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen here. It's numbers time. Let's see what we got going on here.
Speaking for myself, you can't get there fast enough for me.
Get where fast enough?
For the numbers. I mean, we were at $900 for you shaving your ass, and the quicker I get away from that conversation, the better off I'll be.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I thought we were trying to get closer to it.
Why is that so hurtful for you? Why is that a problem? Did you have an experience at one time that scarred you? Pull up to the Casey Psychology psychiatric ward.
Did your mom? Because there's no.
I am talking.
No, saying such a thing to me.
I am talking to you. Yes, Pirate. I'm talking to you. Did your mom shave your bottom when you were a kid? What happened? Tell me what happened. What happened?
No, I didn't have a mother, so.
Oh, that didn't go over well. Yeah.
You stepped right on that landmine, didn't you?
That's a mess up right there.
Whoa.
Whoa. Okay. Well, we obviously know why you have problems.
Wait a minute.
So besides that, what other problems did you have in life that caused you to have a problem with butt shaving?
I was raised by wolves, man. And I was hatched out of an incubator, and raised by wolves.
Casey, what number for anal bleaching?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's messed up, man. I'm sorry.
You guys are so old school.
I swear we talked about this one time about like convincing somebody that your mom ran the mile in less than 6 minutes or 5 minutes or something like that. Didn't we discuss this before? You never said shit about it before. What the hell, man?
No, you got me mixed up with another pirate.
All right. Anyways, numbers. Yeah, I'm feeling like we should do some numbers too now. Let's see what we got going on here as far as off exchange goes. 59.96% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.86. The combined total on that's 70.82%. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66%, so we're about 4.82% higher than we should be. Those exchanges are being heavily utilized to suppress price or suppress price discovery. CHX volume for the day today is at 2,604 shares. GME CHX volume is 800. Those numbers are both very low. This is why I'm not a psychologist.
Of all the things I've tried to say on here to make you laugh, and that's what gets the giggle. And just with a straight face, I go, "Yeah, I didn't have a mom," and that's the punchline of the year, right?
No, it's like I'm laughing at my embarrassment.
I can take it. I can take a punch.
I'm laughing at my embarrassment of the fact that I'm sitting here all trying to be like, "Why don't you want to have your butt shaved? Did your mom do something to you?" Dude, I didn't have a mom.
I was tempted to hit that button, the wah wah wah, but I thought, no, he's already flat on his back from this one. I'm just gonna let him lay there in a puddle of his blood for a while.
Look, if you're gonna dig a hole, you might as well dig it with a big old backhoe.
There you go. Back to the numbers.
I'm gonna have to send him a bouquet of bananas later. Return shares, 1.83 million shares were borrowed so far for the day today. And as of an hour ago, it's now 1.95 million shares. And that's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise a little to 12.98%. Cost of our men's at 2.32, average is 4.17, and max is at 11.08. Everybody always used to tell me I really knew how to beat a dead horse. They never said anything about moms. Shares on loan for the day today is at 26.16 million shares. That's 1.31 million shares less on loan than yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 514,000 of those was in short interest that was closed. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume for the day was an $8.50 strike. An hour ago, we had about 12.2 thousand contracts. I feel like my voice is still cracking. We now have 13.1 thousand contracts at a $8.50 strike. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at an $8 strike. An hour ago, it was 9.5 thousand contracts in volume. Now 10.5. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. Only looking for AMC and GME on this list. AMC is on the list still, hanging on to 30th position here with 66.46% buys to 33.54% sell ratio. You never, ever, ever allow the ADD guy to be a psychologist or psychiatrist. It does not work out. Let me listen to your problems. What's wrong? Did your dad abusing you? We're gonna get straight to the point here. Oh man, shares of
no one's gonna ever accuse you of being a therapist. That's for damn sure.
Go get a day job. I can't. Therapy's out of the question. 3.6 million shares available to borrow. They did return 100,000 shares in the last hour. Fees are at 2.8%. SSR would trip today at $7.33 if we got down to that level. And let's see here. NASDAQ is down 1.49%. Dow Jones is down 1.21. S&P 500 is down 1.42. We have 41,000, what am I saying? 4,110,000 decliners to 2,005 advancers. The market is definitely less advancing than it was an hour ago, and almost to that hot lava. Don't step on the floor because it'll burn your feet. What's crazy to me is that we're down as much as we are today, and yet there still manages to be over 2,000 advancers for the day. That is absolutely incredible that we're down that much and still have that many advancers. Taking a look at somebody just gave me claps. Must be Yucca. Yucca, you giving me the claps? No, Yucca's not in here. This is Rex. Banks that are plus or minus 2.75% for a change for the day or more. We have FRC down or up 4.65, Silvergate down 7.69. Some of these banks are getting awfully close to me reading them off, but none of them are just quite there yet. Oh, there we go. Charles Schwab down 3.15% for the day today. It's the only one right now. Ethereum Classic is down 1.08 and trending down. DXY or the US dollar is up 0.17 and trending up. Holy crap, it is really just crawling up this thing. This is crazy. You know what? Son of a gun. Hold on a second here. I want to start including this in the numbers. MMRI is above 300 now at 300.31, and MMRI is at 387.4. Does it have a top? Where is this? Oh, dang. There is no limit on the upside on this. It's already in the last zone that it can be in. Okay. Oil is down 1.88 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.09 to 0.11 and starting to trend down. They're breaking the trends. SPY is down 1.42 at 426. Only 3 points away from seeing the value that I thought we might hit by the end of the trading day. Do note, my box is not ending just yet. My box actually goes out until tomorrow morning at open, so we could still see some more time in here where we may see that 423 price range where I'm kind of expecting to see it, the SPY hit. VIX is up 9.7 at 1854 and trending up. VBR is down 1.31, trending down. VB is down 1.27, trending down. Tesla is down 1.44, trending down. Amazon is down 3.59, trending down. Cinemark is up 0.5 and consolidating. Doge is down 1.21 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.53 and actually it's consolidating. GME is down 3.74, trending down. HYMC is down 1.2, trending down. NCMI is down 3.62, trending down. Hood is down 1.08, trending down. And AMC is down 2.52 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day, we have approximately about $400,000 more outflow than inflow. 12.28 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 288 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 16.62 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million, so I'll end up being on the high side on that. I thought I was going to be safe. Apparently not. We were definitely doing more volume than we had yesterday, though, for sure. And increasing price and falling or rising volume is bearish. So I'd like to see us close even if possible. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.56, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.62, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.46, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.17, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
I'm speechless. Yucca's not here, and you accused him of giving you the clap. And I'm sure he's heard it before from other people, but
How dare you?
but. Oh, man.
I hope you don't. I hope you don't mind. This is Casey's mom. I'm just vacuuming up his trimmings right now with my vacuum. Don't mind me.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberry.
That's Casey. That's something Casey would say. Is that Casey? That's something he would say.
I was always confused. Is the clap gonorrhea or syphilis? Or does it encompass both?
I have no idea, honestly. None. I was probably.
Surely we have medically trained personnel in the chat. Surely someone can clear this up for me. I just needed to know if the clap was specific or generalized.
I'm sure.
I believe it's gonorrhea.
Yep, that's what it is. It's called gonorrhea.
We need Yucca in here for confirmation.
This is the part where Foo Dog would say,
Bob says, Frank, Yucca has it so bad he calls it the applause.
I like that. I like that very much.
And he gets flare-ups all the time, so it's a round of applause.
Can't touch this.
And away we go.
Jenna says, you guys are just like family. It's pretty much. It's like 2 years.
Worse.
And you know what? We go through the laughs, we go through the cries, we go through the ups and the downs all together, and we just keep on plugging away.
Leaving.
That's right. We're not leaving.
We're not leaving.
Yeah, I'm redoing my lease next Friday, so I'll be here for another year.
Where's here? No, don't tell me. It's all good. I was just teasing.
I'm just saying we've got until next Friday to get this thing done. Let's go.
You know, it's funny. I just started thinking about my computer, and this computer's starting to be it's starting to get outdated. And quite frankly, I really don't know what I would do if I had to start going and replacing parts on this thing. And I had this thought the other day. I was like, oh my gosh, what if I completely just shut down one day and decided not to boot up? And I was like, I don't know if I'd survive or not, but yeah, I don't know. That's
Played a game with myself evening before last. I was laying in bed, and I'll admit I was a gummy deep. I was one gummy in, and I'm normally a half a gummy guy. But with that in mind, I laid in bed and I counted how many names I could recall from chat, from memory, and I peaked at 80. So I got bragging rights. With no visual aids or anything, I could come up with 80 names, and for most of them, I could put either a thumbnail or a face to those names. And that says a great deal from someone who was a continual hater of the internet and all things digital not too long ago.
I have asked on many occasions, like some people want to tell me their real name, and if their real name doesn't have Tony, Tony's is probably Tony. If it doesn't have it in their screen name, I've asked most people who try to tell me their name. I go no, don't tell me, or they'll tell me. And even this even goes with some of the mods. I asked, please don't tell me because I don't want to. It's none of my business. Like I appreciate that you want to tell me that I know you on a first name basis, but the kind of person that I am is I'll end up calling you one thing on a private conversation somewhere else on Discord or something like that, and then come to the live stream and say your name by accident for everybody to hear.
Exactly.
And I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that person that does that. I've already done it to one of the closer friends that I have here. And he probably doesn't really appreciate it very much, but I can't help myself. And so that's why I tell people, don't tell me what your real name is. But the reason I'm saying this is because if we ever do have like a meet and greet in the future, which I do believe we will have, we're gonna have to put name tags on everybody. Cause
oh yeah, that'll be part of the fun. That'll be a big part of the fun.
Yeah, I just yeah.
Well, full disclosure, I mean, I was kind of bragging myself up there with my ability to be able to recall 80 names from memory, but I meant that in just as a reflection of how it's just a nice community to be a part of. But in fairness, though, probably 10% of those names were not necessarily good people. Like I would include in there, well, I won't specifically say names, but maybe other YouTube providers that I don't hold in the highest esteem, or shills. Chan comes to mind, Flat Earth. So out of the 80 names, to be fair, they weren't all good names, but 90% of them were okay.
Pirate, were you watching this live stream when Chan was around?
Yes, I think that was the very beginning for me.
Okay.
Or if not, listen, and to be fair on that, if not, I spent a great deal of time listening to TMI, and if he frequented there and was recognized as Chan, but I was around when Chan was a known shill.
Okay.
I'd be lying if I said it was here on your stream.
Okay. I didn't know he frequented other streams. And then Stockwiz says, "Where do you plan on holding this event, Casey?" I don't know. Haven't really planned it out. I really kind of thought I don't want to make those kind of plans until after it's all over, honestly. I'm not one of those people that like smoking a cigar early. So once it's all said and done, then and we've all had time to sit back and ponder life afterwards. Believe it or not, we're going to go through a lot of range of emotions after this is all done.
Hey, see, Bob White put me in my place. He said 80 names is nothing to be proud of. He said Flat Earth changed his name 80 times. He can account for that list on his own. I know, I got you. Very well, Bob. Very well.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll have it here in Austin where I'm at. I don't know. Who knows? Make it easy for me. Make you guys come to me. Although I would much rather travel and see you guys. So maybe that's something I'd actually rather do. I'd rather just travel the U.S.
I have a dream, a fantasy, if you care to hear it.
Put you all down on a billboard and just travel all around and see each one of y'all.
we have a commercial airline pilot amongst us. Everyone knows Hayden Johansson's profession is a commercial airline pilot. I have this dream where we charter a jet and just buzz around, and then the people who can't travel will go to them. But it's just the Air America, but done with apes instead. We just go from like city to city, like doing smaller greetings for those who can't travel.
Yeah.
I mean, a nice wide-body jet carries 300 people or something, so the majority of us can be ride-alongs.
We could rent out an island. We already talked about buying all the homes around Ken Griffin and turning it into Ape Island, and we'll cause the we'll drive the prices up in the neighborhood, so to speak. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, we're going to short his housing there. We're going to short his mortgage.
We're going to short his housing, and then when he has to sell, we'll buy it at dirt cheap prices, and then we'll fix everything all up and make it immaculate. That would be so freaking epic to do, though. I can't even. I mean, that would be total justice. Like literally, just all you have to do is provide proof of ownership of AMC at one point or another, and you're invited in.
Access like a timeshare.
Yeah, like that immediately gives you free access to the property. Do whatever the hell you want to on it.
Hey, Casey, that was a hilarious conversation when you were talking about doing construction like 24/7.
Oh yeah, the 24/7 construction.
Like
it will never end.
That joke had legs, man. We spent the day on that one. It got funnier. The more we talked about it, the funnier it got. Yeah. If anybody wants to see a impromptu conversation that can get really funny, go back and check that episode out.
I think we should have there should be stations, and one could be like a paintball station where there's like 24/7 paintballing. One could be like you could have a station for drone flying, and it's just like a charging station. People just show up and they can just do flying drones in 3D with 3D goggles on, and they can just fly wherever the hell they want to nearby. Constantly.
And trimming. You're gonna hand out bedposts?
Yep, we'll have a bedpost throwing stand where you can see who can get closest to sticking the bedpost in a target on the ground. You have to toss it. Has to do at least 2 flips in the air. Then it has to stick into the ground.
Essentially, you essentially want to model yourself after Rodney Dangerfield in the movie Caddyshack. Amongst all the muckety mucks and the high-enders, we would want to be the Rodney Dangerfield. What Rodney Dangerfield was to the country club is what we would be to that subdivision.
Frank says midnight monster truck rallies. Absolutely, that's a must.
Frank.
It's an absolute must.
Well, I mean, just what your friends are going to drive over anyhow. That would be the everyday drivers are going to be monster trucks.
24-hour.
Might as well race them if you have them.
24-hour mariachi band. I don't know if I'd want to put them through that. I feel like that's like degrading them. But I mean, if they wanted to do it, I'd pay them to. If that's what they wanted.
I mean, that's the story of my life. No respect. I don't get no respect.
Well done, Sensor. Well done, sir.
Yep.
You need to do things. You need to have your plan of attack around deniability, because sooner or later they're going to come. The police are going to come. They've got laws about decibels of sound and signage. So you need to construct all your gags and your pranks around things that are easily deniable to avoid the. Not that we couldn't pay the fines, but we don't want something to slow the circus down.
I mean, technically speaking, maybe we just pay the fines.
That's true.
That's part of doing business, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Donate heavily to the Police Benevolence Society Fund.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's part of doing business.
Grease the palms for the yearly police buffet and all that.
Did you talk about having like a jackhammer guy or like a crew of
a lumber crew where they move where they have to assemble a new shack every day and disassemble that shack and destroy it, move it and those guys would get paid and they'd be sitting there going like, why the F are these guys paying us to build these shacks and then tear them down and build them back up there? They would have they'd be like, what the fuck is going on?
I mean, it's not considered a commercial activity if it's your hobby sawmill.
24/7 leaf blowers. We're gonna need a lot of trees. Oh, this is gonna be epic. It'll be epic. We'll have a good time. But we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna go through a wide range of emotions when this is all over, and maybe once all that has settled down a little bit, I think some of us, I'm kind of personally myself probably planning on taking about a week to 2 weeks. 2 weeks sounds like a good time. Maybe like taking 2 weeks and just kind of kicking back on a beach somewhere, and with some Long Islands. And a Peloton somewhere where I could just, constantly every single day just kind of cruise out to the beach and just sit there and contemplate life and figure out where I'm going to let life lead me to next, and not make any unusual, crazy purchases until I'm confident that I know what it is that I'm going to move towards. Or having like an amazing plan on how I'm going to get there. Good afternoon.
Hello, Casey. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I am good. Listening to this conversation is giving me deja vu. Like we had this conversation prior.
Yep. I
was like, am I losing my mind?
We have definitely talked. No, we've talked about this for sure. Yeah.
I like your idea. I do like your idea of like traveling and going to different cities wherever, our group of people are, and meeting them, hanging out. And then maybe I don't know how big of a vehicle we will need. Like maybe go from, let's say, Texas to Florida, and then pick up that person or those people, and then go to the next one. It would be nice. It would be.
My gosh, you're talking about like a countrywide party bus? Whoa!
Yeah, I like it.
Holy crap, that's crazy.
Well, it's crazy, but you know what? Like all of us, we have been talking to each other for almost 2.5 years now. For me, the journey is almost 2.5 years. And it will be nice. You go, at that time, we'll probably hire somebody to drive the bus, obviously. So we can just go to different places, go from Texas to Florida, Florida to Georgia, Georgia to DC, and, kind of pick up everybody and then have a big group. And in the end, we can decide a destination where we all going to end up. And then maybe we can spend some time there together for our next adventures.
Frank says the really big tramp.
I like that. Yeah, I saw that. That was top-notch work there.
It's not just
surely Captain Hayden can get like a 747. He can borrow one for a while. I mean, we can pitch in for gas if we have to. We won't ask the airlines to pay for the fuel. If they give us the plane and him for a while, we can at least kick in for some juice.
How much to charter a 747?
What is, like, how you were saying to travel, like
35,000 per hour, just throwing it out there.
There you go.
That's a long way. That's not very much. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of money. I'm saying it's a lot of money is what I'm saying. I don't think we could do that.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, instead of one person, like let's say Casey just want to travel throughout the U.S. and go to different states and towns and just stop by and meet them. But I think it would be more adventure. Pick those apes and then go to the next adventure. I like that idea.
I think we'd be far better suited to like a fleet of short buses. No rim shot for that one. No rim shot. I got to do my own rim shot, man.
Big trampies. Little trampy. We could do little trampies. A bunch of little tramps.
And then we can also have like big billboards on our bus or tramp and such. I think it would be nice.
Yeah.
Fun size tramp.
I think that would be really cute.
Army Bro says, what if we open up trailer park next to his house, but we need to take over the HOA first? No, we just pay the fines, man.
Yeah, I'm all in.
Just pay the fines.
I love that idea.
It's part of
doing
business.
Put an RV septic right in his front yard.
Hey, but you guys keep forgetting. He might not have that place after this thing was. He might have to sell it. Get rid of it.
Yeah, he might, but I doubt it, because Florida's a state where you can you can get away with not being attacked for your.
Yep. That's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons that people buy huge estates in Florida. It's one of the easiest ways to shelter money from a bankruptcy or a court action, because in Florida, it's almost impossible to take your personal home.
I did not know that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why all those YouTubers are moving down there, because they don't want to get their asses sued off and then have somebody.
They might take everything else. Yeah, they might pierce your corporate veil. They might come after. They might exhaust all your insurances. everything. But
So
they're
in
not
case
going to touch your home.
So in case you were wondering why all those YouTubers moved over to Florida, just go ahead and you can just go ahead and write those guys off because you know exactly now why they did what they did.
Well, there's not that many YouTubers left who go over this play anymore. There's like you, Boss Blunts. Books was, I think Booksy did a video today. I thought I heard him say a couple of weeks ago that he's no longer going to talk about AMC, but hey, he was there.
Who said they weren't allowed to talk about AMC?
He didn't say he wasn't allowed to. He said he was not going to going forward. Booksy?
Oh, Booksy?
Mr.
Oh, yeah. I think that's the second time he said that. No.
Well, he just did a video today, I think.
Yeah, he'll talk about it. He doesn't want to talk about it as much, and that's fine. I understand that. There's other stuff to look at too. I don't hold that against him.
I don't either. I'm just, Did you? I was listening to Boss Blunts yesterday, so that kind of like made sense. He was going over the dates when it happened last time, that the pattern is setting up just the way it was in 2021. So every morning I get up at 4 o'clock and look at my phone and I don't see anything. I go back to sleep.
See, I'm reviewing some landscaping ideas for the property next door to Ken Griffin's, and apparently there's a flower that when it blooms, it smells like a dead corpse. I don't know if you can get like a bulk order of those. I don't know how many bulbs we need to buy, but if we could like plant the entire backyard.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, surely that's not against against any kind of ordinance or anything.
We can just pass out like self-contained breathing apparatuses, some SCBAs to everybody that's there.
Well, you find out which way the predominant wind blows. And
how you going to breathe, Pirate? How you going to breathe when you have all those? You won't be able to breathe there.
Oh, maybe I enjoy that aroma. There's no accounting for taste. Maybe I'm willing to live with it if I know it makes somebody else's life a living hell. It just depends on how petty you are, and I can be petty. I can excel at being petty.
Oh, I can't be that petty. No, I can't be that petty. I will be like, I can't breathe. I'm gonna die.
Oh, I didn't realize OJ moved to Florida. Huh, interesting. I said that I would do some movie trivia today because apparently I didn't. Well, not apparently, but I didn't do it yesterday, and instead talked about a Yahoo article that was trash. Give me. I need to step away here for a few minutes to be able to prepare that because I didn't do it last night like I probably should have. But give me just a few minutes to step aside here, and then I'll put that together, and then we can do. Little bit of movie trivia. That way I can erase my board here because I have so many names on this board with points. And by the way, there is a desk full of names and points here, and the overall winner was Preacher with 5 points. I was just taking tallies of points from people for over, I think, a couple weeks now, probably even a month if I had to guess. And Preacher ended up having the most points, so. At the end of this week, I'll probably just say a big thanks to Preacher for, I guess, two things. One, for getting those points, but also for being so helpful in everything that he does on the Discord as well. So a big thanks to him. What's that? Kissing butt? What?
Rigged.
So, yeah. That's my choice. All right, so let me go ahead.
I've been getting some points on other streams. They said they were transferable.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, Pantheon gave me about 5.
Well, it's not quite enough. It's not quite enough because I actually have 6 points here for Preacher. So not quite. Actually, I don't even see you on my list on the board here. I got
What's
a
the
lot
exchange
of
rate on
names.
those?
Pro Jeweler was close. He had 3 points.
What's the exchange rate on those?
Well, hurry fast, because they're going down like the SPY, so it doesn't really matter. Apparently, SPY running around 425 now, and still heading down. Not quite the 423 that I was suggesting, but it's getting there. It has until tomorrow morning to get there. So we'll see what it opens up at after the aftermarket hours. In the morning pre-market hours, I should say. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this to you guys. I do this all the time. I feel like there's so many things to talk about. I meant to talk. I know I'm pretty sure I went to the back of the Discord yesterday and talked about this. But one of the things that we've been looking at lately is the large market on closed stock order imbalances, and yesterday on the sell side there was I keep doing this, notional amount of $1.8 billion on the sell side of the entire market. Which is pretty large, but not as large as the previous day, which was 2.9 billion. The previous day before that was 2 billion. So these numbers are pretty big. There's some large quantities of stock orders that are not being completed at the end of the day. AMC did not make the list yesterday for the buy or sell volume, meaning we were under 50,000. But those are some big numbers, very, very big numbers, and possibly part of the reason why we might be seeing so much downwards pressure in the market is because these orders aren't being completed. All right, should I leave everything on, or should I just go away for like 30 minutes and then come back and do numbers and movie trivia? Should I do that?
I'll pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Are my Casey gas station points transferable to Casey points system? No. No. All right. I guess that's what I'll do. I'll back out of the back of the Big Tramp, and I'll see you guys back here. Well, I don't know. We'll try movie trivia and see what time I can get back to the back of the Big Tramp by. See you guys in a bit. I'm going to go ahead and put you guys on some music while I drum up these questions. Ugh. I hate it. I need to get rid of this writing anyways, because I can't type with this keyboard being sideways. All right, see you guys back at 2:10. All right, guys. I'm ready to go here. Let's do this. All right. Music's off. I'll take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you sign up for that. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to set that up. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have about 60.13% going through off exchange, EDGX at 10.8. For a grand total of 70.93%. That's about 4.93% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 2,730 shares, not a whole lot. GME CHX volume for the day today is at 1,000 shares. It's a little elevated from what they're used to having, but still not a whole lot of shares. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago there was approximately 1.95 million shares having been borrowed for the day. That may be higher at this time. Showing 2.36 million shares now having been borrowed so far for the day today. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 13%. Cost per hour ends at 2.32, average 4.18, max 11.08. Shares on loan right now is at 26.16 million shares on loan. That is 100 and, or what am I saying? Hold on a second. That is 1.31 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex has estimated that about 514,000 of that was in closed short interest. Remember, guys, 26.16 million shares would be the equivalent of 261 million shares on loan prior to the reverse split and conversion. So this is a pretty massive number. It's not like it's anything small. Pretty big numbers in the grand scheme of things. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options so far for the day-to-day, sitting at an $8.50 strike as of an hour ago with 13.1 thousand contracts. It's now currently 13.8 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts is at an $8 strike. There was 10.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 11.9. Market still indicating a closing price between $8 and $8.50. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has been hanging on to this list, but has finally fallen off the list for the day-to-day. But we had better than 60-40 buy-sell ratios, so we're looking good. I also wanted to share this screen again here. We're currently sitting with an MMRI at 300.52. MMRI is at 387.68. SSR trigger price for the day is at $7.33. There's currently 3.7 million shares available to borrow. Looks like they've done mainly returns in the last hour. Fees are 2.8%. NASDAQ is down 1.7. Dow Jones is down 1.23. S&P 500 is down 1.59. We have 4,193 decliners to 1,970 advancers. The market is on fire. Hot lava. Don't touch the floor. It will burn your feet off of your feet. It'll burn your feet off your legs. It is hot out there right now. And taking a look at some of the biggest movers for the day today, I'm going to look at anything plus or minus 2.75% or greater of a change. FRC is up 4.65. Silvergate is up 15.38. I've noticed that whenever FRC and Silvergate are up, which are banks that have already failed, whenever those tend to be up, all the rest of the banks tend to be down for whatever reason that may be. But taking a look at some of the biggest movers for the day-to-day, we have banks starting to head that direction, but nothing quite making my list here for being in that range of Even Charles Schwab came off the list here within the last hour. Ethereum Classic is down 1.07% and consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.19 and starting to trend back down. Oil is down 2.23, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.11 to 0.13 and starting to consolidate. SPY is down 1.59 and trending down at 425.2. VIX is currently up 13.14% and is trending up further and further. It goes at 19.18 now. VBR is down 1.43 and trending, kind of consolidating currently. VB is down 1.4 and consolidating. Tesla is down 1.14 and trending slightly up. Amazon is down 4.27 and trending down. Cinemark is up 0.61 and trending back up after having been down. Doge is down 1.08 and starting to... It's not quite breaking the downtrend yet. Still trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.38 and consolidating. GME is down 3.79 and slightly trending down. HYMC is up 0.39 and consolidating. NCMI is down 3.84, trending down. HOOD is down 1.6, trending down. AMC is up 1.8 or down 1.84 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $300,000 more inflow. 13.2 million shares traded so far for the day today after 352 minutes worth of trading. Is that right? 352. I think that's right. We're on pace for about 14.62 million shares traded by the end of the day today. So we're on a much slower pace than what I anticipated when I said 20 to 40 million shares. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 49.8, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 47.75, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 44.85, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.49, which is slightly above average. Getting a little bit of news here stating Taylor Swift concert film scores a worldwide release. And I'm not gonna sign back into the back of the big tramp just yet, because believe it or not, it's movie trivia time. Normally we would do movie trivia around 2:30, but in order for me to get back to the back of the big tramp as soon as I possibly can, I'm going to start it as soon as I can here. So if you guys are ready and you want to participate in this, today is going to be Gary Oldman Movie Trivia Day. Especially handpicked and made these questions specifically for you guys. None of these answers were found from any website whatsoever. Is Casey's list of Red, Hal, and Oates' Kiss of Death list? Wait, what? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, Paul says in TD Ameritrade it shows that AMC is hard to borrow. How is that possible if short interest is only 13%? Great question. Why has nobody filed any 13D reports when all of the shares have been purchased? Let that sink in. All right, guys. Are you ready? All I need to do is get some readies here so that I can give the movie trivia. I need to see some readies come through. Make sure you guys are hitting live. I should probably put that in here. I forgot to put that in here. Hit live now for movie trivia. And I forgot to do it fair. In order to do this fairly, I'm going to post both the question and in the chat section and say it out loud at the same time as best as possible. Red 5. No. That is not any of the answers. Nice try. So, here we go. First question of the day today. In what movie did Gary Oldman first star in? The Goonies. No. No. Not Wizard of Oz. Nope. Somebody's going to have to break out Google. Who's Gary Oldman exactly? Just you wait and see. You're going to learn more about Gary Oldman today that you did not know or realize that Remembrance is the correct answer. Hold on one second here while I erase my board. Oh my gosh. So much names just came off this board here. I should have probably done this before I came back. All right. Pirate with the first point. That is correct. Remembrance. Okay. Oh, crap. My fingers are dirty now. Hold on a second, guys. Give me just a second. I got to spray some. Oh, that did not help. Let me grab this paper towel that I got underneath the desk here. What? You have a paper towel at the desk? Yeah. Oh, that came off real good that time. All right. Next question. In case you didn't hear, the last question was answered with the movie name of Remembrance. And what year did that movie release? "1982" by Albert Amato is correct. All right. Next question. Oh, son of a gun. Hold on a second here. In what movie did Gary Oldman portray a man who killed the president with co-stars Kevin Costner, Jack Lemmon, and Walter Matthau? Sorry. JFK is correct by Sam. Sam beat out Hello Joel by just a fraction of a smidgen of a hair. Trust me, guys, when I tell you that you got beat by somebody else, I'm basing it off of what it shows up on my screen, not what your screen shows. Your screen will always show you as being the first person on the screen, more than likely. Okay, next one. In the movie Guns N' Roses, Since I Don't Have You, Gary played this evil character. Pirate Born for the Devil is correct. Gary Gensler. I almost would give you a bonus point for that one. Almost. All right. Alongside Demi Moore, Gary was responsible for her A-star performance for the title of this movie. It's a fun. It's a play on words, guys. A-star performance. Scarlet Letter. The Scarlet Letter is correct by Pyreborn. He was the Reverend, in case you didn't remember. A Carlet Letter. Close. No points. Weekend Warrior says, Casey, what are your thoughts about JP Morgan involvement with Epstein human trafficking? I feel ashamed of our government. Dude, yeah. Insane. People should be going to jail. Gary, being the president killer that he is, attempted to kill Harrison Ford in this movie. Air Force One by Frank Lehman is correct. Congratulations, Frank. Gary went by this name in The Dark Knight. Gordian. Papa Mac, I'll give it to you. I know you're just trying to type it fast. You got it, Papa Mac. I know what the intent was. You got you. I got you down, sir. All right, next question. You probably didn't know this about Gary, but he also does voiceovers with co-star Jack Black as which kung fu character? No, he's not Kung Fu Panda. Which character was he? Shen is correct by Frank Lehman. That's funny. All right, next one. I apologize for this one because this is a. I was trying to get quite some last few questions here pretty quickly, and so I did what I could. Here we go. Okay. The name of this character that Gary played in The Red Riding Hood. I have a feeling somebody's going to challenge this one. Because one of you guys might have gotten this. He's got an actual name in the movie, and it may be that you guys are calling him something different that might be also kind of correct. But he had an actual... Yep, Solomon, there it is, from Tron. That's what I was looking for. That is the answer I was looking for. All right, last question. And this happens to be one of my more favorite movies. It's probably in my top 10 favorite movies of all time. If only Gary had checked the box that Lilu gave up, he would have had the stones as this character. What was the name of the character? Moti Pass. Zorg is correct by Albert Amato. Alrighty, guys. Let me write down. Right now, we're getting a little bit of a push down here at the end of the day today. We've got VIX up 14.62% at 19.37. We are getting a push down on rising volume. Yes, so let me write down these points for everybody here real quick. Give me 1 second. Pirate, congratulations on your points. He was the winner for the day today. Pirate Born. Congratulations on your 3 points. Albert Amato. Or no. Yeah, Albert Amato. That's correct. Uh, 2 points. Congratulations on your 2 points today. Sam, congratulations on your point today. Frank Lehman. Congratulations on your 2 points. Papa Mac, congratulations on your point today. And Tron, congratulations on your point today. All right, guys, nice job. I'm gonna head back over to the back of the big tramp here real quick. Censored content's over here, but he's not in the main part answering questions. What the heck is going on?
What?
Are you just not wanting to beat everybody up? Is that what the deal is?
Well, his name was John Emmanuel Baptiste Zorg, but if you want to be specific.
For Solomon? Is that what you're talking about?
No, for your last question. John Emmanuel Baptiste Zorg.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. Well, nobody put that in, though.
I couldn't. Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Start
Alberto did. Alberto put it in, but he didn't put it in first. I saw the Zorg first by Albert. I mean, he put it in. Albert put in the. Actually, did he put it in first? Yeah, he put it in first, but then he recorrected himself and said the Jean Baptiste Emmanuel Zorg.
No, I didn't know you started until the end.
Frank Lehman says, shoot, I wasn't live, and he still got 2 points. But that's because I was putting in the questions. Maybe that's why you're getting them. SV Tweety Bird says, Casey Bank, Comerica CMA is down 3%. They have a contract for Social Security direct deposit for folks without a bank account. I think they know somebody much, question mark. I mean, those banks are all federally ran, so yeah, I'm sure there's something there. Getting a big push right at the end of the day here today. Really kind of surprising. I wouldn't be surprised if this is. I mean, we're hitting the bottoms all along the downside here of this Bollinger Band. I would not be surprised if this is to prevent any kind of margins from being called by the end of the day today, as I'm sure there's probably some very hefty, what's the word I want to use here? Hefty collateral needed at this time.
Prime?
No, I'm thinking that there's probably a lot of collateral needed, and they just don't have it to, pump stocks right now. So, if you can't find the collateral that you need to pump a stock, then you just drop the price.
Drive the ticker price. Yeah, drive the ticker price down to where they no longer need the extra collateral.
Right.
More than one way to skin a cat.
Oh yeah. Frank, that's why we did. That's why we started doing, and that was all thanks to Nana. And she said something to me that was like, "Why didn't we think of that a long time ago? Putting in the questions in the chat section so that people wouldn't have to, wait for the live feed to come through to try and make it a little bit more fair." And government shutdown will hurt. The 40 million shares hit the lit market a long time ago, Paul. They got done selling shares on the 13th.
To be fair, you can't listen to everything that Nana says. I mean, after all, she told us we couldn't have any pudding if we don't eat our meat.
She said that? Why'd she say that?
I thought it was her. That wasn't her that said, how can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? I thought for sure it was Nana that said that.
She's not even here to defend herself. It's so much faster, she said. I don't know what that means. Eating the pudding faster or eating the meat first?
Hey, Medro, Cincinnati Boy gets the point. It's a lyric from a Pink Floyd song. I thought it would get much bigger laughter than that, but apparently that was a big stinker.
I kind of figured it was a lyric or something.
I mean, for all you haters, for all you haters out there, let me see you all tie Nana and Pink Floyd into a joke.
It's at the very end of the song. It's at the very end of the song, and the guy like shouts it out at the very end. I remember it.
How can you have any pudding?
But I thought
don't eat your meat.
I thought you were just making a reference in the idea that Nana would say it as well or something. I don't know.
Yes, I thought so too.
And I couldn't figure out why she would have made that reference.
You're not at your finest. You're not at your finest today, anyhow, Casey. I mean, every time you push that, somebody hits that. Your mother made you a He-Man birthday cake. I want you to remember that you made fun of the fact that I didn't have a mother. Every time you hear He-Man birthday cake, I want you to like Pavlov's dog. I want you to immediately go to the day you made fun of your wingman pirate for not having a mother.
I didn't make fun of you for that. I never made fun of you for that at all. I was like, wait a minute. I was making fun of myself of how embarrassed I was. That's what I was making fun of.
I don't think I've ever seen you so awkward. I don't think in the last year and a half I've ever seen you more awkward. It was very funny. It was very funny.
I think it's good to see Casey human sometimes.
Can't handle the truth.
Oh man. Oh boy. And then after you say that, you need to follow it up with a.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
Exactly. Every time, I immediately want your mind to like I said, like a Pavlovian response. I want your mind to immediately go back to the day you made fun of pirates.
You have to understand that my mind doesn't work like that, though, right? Like it doesn't. That's not how it
mine
works.
Does.
If you included some music or something in there to go with it, like some sad violin music or something, and the saying at the same.
My favorite toy is the soundboard, and my instinct was to hit the wah 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 sound, but I thought to myself, you'd already cut your own throat from ear to ear. I was watching you bleed out on live air, man.
If you could do that, if you could play a sound with it, then maybe, because that's really technically speaking how a Pavlov reaction. I mean, because it's not just the He-Man birthday cake, but it's like the sound, the music sound, kind of like the ringing of a bell.
I mean, I had my microphone turned down, but I could hear a gasp all around the world. His jaws just hit the floor in sympathy for you. Oh man, what are you gonna do? No quarter ass, none given.
Look at all these orders going through, completely even. Look at them all. 781. All these buy orders just going through, just like completely flat.
Oh, there's an order for 69 shares at 3:44 23 seconds.
That was 96 shares, sir, not 69.
Nope. His price $7.81.5.
I don't see it.
You know those fractional prices, Casey? Those aren't like real or something.
Yeah.
7.815.
I'm really curious what's going to happen to crypto overnight, though. Really, really curious.
Let's see here. Headline: AMC stock attempts to break higher amid writer's strike deal. Falls on low volume.
Teasy the Ape. I don't know who this is. They're. Well, I don't know what they're doing. They sent me a message. Teasy the Ape, if you're listening right now, I don't know what you're laughing at, but I'm glad it's making you laugh.
Oh, I know why we had that price drop, Casey.
Why is that? We have an announcement?
City cut AMC. Well, City cut
AMC
price target.
That was a while ago. That was way. That was way earlier ago.
Why does Thinkorswim put in all this old news then?
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
This is an hour ago. That was over like an hour ago.
Oh.
Our price started dropping at 15.25, so that was like less than. I don't know if I'd buy that.
Okay.
Because I saw it when I was on. I feel like I saw that like earlier though. When I was on break or something.
My price target's at like. Yeah, no, it was. You're right. It was at 2:07 Eastern.
Yep. Here it is right here. Benzinga is putting it out here at 3 hours ago. So I feel like I saw that on my first break this morning. So I don't think that's the reason why.
Okay. Damn them. They suck.
You know, I've been saying for a while now, I really think that some of those price points are actually, I think they're signals to let other institutions know where they have problems. Like, if we don't see this price by this point, or if we get to this price by this point, you know, there's going to be problems.
Are you wearing that foil hat? Sounds about right, though. Sounds about right. How else do you communicate if you're not using WhatsApp?
Yeah, right. Because I mean, the SEC just did confiscate a lot of, I guess, documentation, or they took documentation on a lot of different people's communications through different means of, I guess, different apps or whatever that they're communicating through. So yeah. Sam says they're still probably using Grindr. They might be.
Ooh.
What did I have for a price
We
prediction?
don't mention other tickers here. Actually, yeah. I'll be back after pick up my daughter. Well, Michelle, a good day, and I'll be on later tonight.
Sounds good, man. Take care. Drive safe.
Thank you. Thanks, Casey.
Wear your seatbelts.
Yes, sir.
All of them.
All of them? What do you mean all of them? Like a 5-point seatbelt or something? Or what do you mean?
Well, you said wear your seatbelts.
No, like he's picking his daughter up, so she needs to wear hers and he needs to wear his. Their seatbelts. Wear your seatbelts.
He got you. He got you on that one, preacher.
But you see,
he got you, man.
That's where English language fails to identify if you're talking about your individual or like a plural, like multiple. You can interpret it either way.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
each person has a your, right? Like each person has a seatbelt, so it's your. When it's your, it's applying to everybody. Like they don't share seatbelts, so each person has a your, or it is a your seatbelt.
But in English, in other language, you have your singular or plural.
Yeah.
Right? So you can identify if I'm referring to you or to your family or to more than.
I wonder if it would make more sense if I said wear yours seatbelts.
No, it wouldn't.
Because if I make them both plural, does that help? Yours seatbelts? Yours. I maybe I should make yours plural and not make seatbelts plural. That would probably help out the most. Wear yours seatbelt.
Now is used guys can't leave.
Used guys.
That's the line. That's the line off the movie The Bronx Tale, where all the bikers go into the local bar and they ask them to leave, and the gangsters walk in and they lock the door and they said, "We asked you nice to leave. You wouldn't. So now yous can't leave."
Use and yours. I hope yous and yours have a good holiday.
Yuns. Have you ever heard of Yuns? Y-U-N-S.
Yuns? Like youngins?
Yes,
like
Yuns.
youngins? Is that
yeah,
short?
with no G in it, just Yuns.
Yeah,
Yuns.
yeah.
Like Yuns, kind of like Yuns. Yeah.
But it is in reference to kids. I've never heard that.
No.
Oh.
It could be like instead of you all, it'd be Yuns.
No, I've never heard that before.
Young,
I should have just said.
Young, going, get you some gas now.
I should have just. I've
What
never
did you
heard.
just say there?
Yuns. I've never heard that before. Yuns.
Me neither.
Say it again one more time. What was the sentence?
Young, going down there and get some gas now.
I don't even think I can repeat it.
It comes right. It's a Southern thing. I speak many languages, man.
I'm gonna have to ask my wife about this.
Hillbilly.
Yuns.
I speak hillbilly. I speak white trash. I speak redneck. I speak inner city black. I speak country black. I know all. I'm multilingual, man.
That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Yuns come back now. Yuns?
Yeah.
Come. Is it Yuns or Yuns?
Yuns. Well, it
Yuns.
depends on what part of the county you're from. North end of the county, say Yuns. South end of the county, Yun. Yun. Real subtle differences there.
I had no clue. I had 805 for a closing price for the day today. If we can hit 795. Oh wait, is my price prediction within 10 cents of somebody else's? It is. Yeah, it is. Never mind. I don't get a point. Eric's pretty close though. He had 644 to 944. Urine in a sentence. Uranus, be careful out there. Urines, be careful out there. Wait, I don't get it. I'm trying. Yins, be careful out there. I can't keep you up with it all.
This reminds me of a joke. Like kids in school, they have to make up sentences with different words, and the next word it gives is dandelion. One of the kids comes up and the cheetah is faster than the lion.
Hey, did you hear, Preacher, that you won points for like the last month?
I didn't hear. Sorry, I just got back home minutes ago, so I was listening a bit during the day, but I was away most of it.
Not only did you win,
missed a lot.
I also was thanking you as well for all the efforts that you've put in to help with the Discord. I appreciate that as well. So thank you, and thank you for all that you do. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks. Yeah. Didn't expect that. Thank you.
I'm giving you a shout out on Fridays. Well, I think I'm giving you a shout out on Friday.
So I need to make sure I listen.
No, it's just going to be in the title. It'll go down in history as you being in the title. So you'd be like, I was here.
Okay.
I did this.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not good at taking compliments and
Me
having
either.
positive things.
I don't even like giving them,
Yeah.
so.
So let's leave it there.
Yeah,
Thanks a
so
lot. And,
screw you, man. Thanks for your help, but screw you.
yeah. With pleasure. With pleasure.
I actually don't mind giving compliments. I'm teasing, but I do hate. I do equally probably dislike taking compliments as much as you do. It's not. It just doesn't feel very good to me. I'd just rather be like, yeah, whatever. Thanks. It's all in a day's work. Let's just keep on doing us. $7.91. We did a quick little recovery off that 777 drop in price. It was an interesting drop to that point. We were crawling all over the Bollinger Band on the way down. We're coming back up, retesting the simple moving average. It would be good to see us punching through this because it would show some bullishness from that initial drop down in price. But we got VIX at 1944, 15.03% up for the day today. And it is just traveling up like crazy. No end in sight. That is going to be one hell of a jump. Gotta go empty my clothes, Worsher. Yoon's be doing laundry. I can't do this.
That's it, man. They know.
They're literally like, Casey, we need you to play this this guy that's like kind of sounds like stupid when he speaks. Just read from the skit. Don't pre-read your lines. We want you to just read them just like you're seeing them. Gotta go empty my clothes, Worsher. Yoon's best be doing laundry. I'm never sure if there's going to be like a mix-up in the words in there someplace, so I got to read it all slow.
Never use the word. You never use the word get. Y'all go on get now.
Yeah, I use the word get, but not
get, not
yeah.
get, not G-E-T. Get, gets to go bring something.
No.
Get is the opposite of get.
Nope, never used it. Well, it's probably not true. I probably have used it. I don't know. You got to add the whistle into it. Gotta go empty those clothes.
Something to other.
Those clothes washer. Yoon's best be doing laundry.
Something to other. Something to other.
Oh man, you guys are great. Thanks for cheering me up. But it's time to go. So I got to take off. I'll see you guys later. I'll come back in the back of the big tramp here after I sign off. See you guys in a minute. Unfortunately, guys, it is that time of the day. As usual, all good things eventually must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
I hear you loud and clear.
auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other.